a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space 15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello viewers, this is Social Listening here on BDTV, and my name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we are here on the streets of Lagos to get thoughts on the major political controversy that erupted in the Senate House. The senator representing the Kogi State constituency, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, has accused the Senate President Godswill Akpabio of sexual harassment, and this is following a seating arrangement brouhaha that erupted earlier on. The fallout has been intense, leading to heated confrontations, disciplinary actions, and a 6-month suspension. But was justice truly served? Should this issue have been handled differently? Well, we are on the streets of Lagos to find out what the people have to say about this.
My opinion about the whole thing is that I think there's something fishy going on. If she was suspended just based on gross misconduct in the House, I've seen video clips of Senator Godswill Akpabio being extremely rude to the then Senate President Bukola Saraki. He was even pointing at Senator Bukola Saraki, in a very derogatory way, and he wasn't suspended. In fact, there was no verdict. There was no panel put together to judge this matter. But in the case of Natasha, everything was hurriedly done. How long did the panel even have to delegate on a matter? The judgment was hastily done, and that shows that there is something that is fishy. There is something they're hiding. And it's a bit tricky and very sensitive. There are some things I would want to see on camera, but it wasn't a fair one. It wasn't a fair one at all.
In my own honest opinion, I feel like she wasn't given a fair hearing. At least if something like that occurs, you should at least try as much as possible to give our audience, let her speak everything that is inside of her mind. But I mean, just jumping the gun and suspending her is way overboard.
Me personally, it didn't actually go well with me because I felt it's against human rights. That's what I feel. Actually, she should have been here upon, and then investigation should have been made instead of just going on to suspend her. That's what I feel personally.
It is in fact too much and too harsh for her alleged crime. It's too much and too harsh.
It was too much. Why should she be suspended in the first place? What was our offense? I mean, what exactly did she do that has warranted her to be suspended? I mean, I feel like there are a whole lot of, maybe because she's a woman, I'm sorry that I'm saying this, but I feel like there's a lot of gender politics, and of recent there's been lots of drama in Nigerian politics when it comes to women and whatever judgment or whatever impression or whatever impression that they're supposed to make of those people. The moment it is a woman, I feel like the whole impression is shaky. The judgment is also shaky.
It's too much, and not just being too much. To me, it's against human rights.
Yes, I strongly agree. I strongly think that women face some sort of subjugation in politics, not just in politics, even in the corporate world, corporate Nigeria. We experience it every day. And as a matter of fact, women are now taught how to communicate sensitive issues in order not to affect the opposite gender or to sound condescending in any way to them. So the treatment is not equal. It's never equal.
Yes, they do. Take, for example, the other senator. Is it Miranda that was asked to step down because of Obasa? Why they did that as well, I do not know. So, like I said, this gender issue, I think that is not going to encourage women to actively participate in politics. If women are in power, are in key positions in the society, I mean, they should be given that audience to to operate in their full portfolio instead of trampling down on them with judgments, with this, with that, and the likes.
Of course. Looking at this situation, it's one of it. Of course, it's a way to silence her. That's why I said an investigation should have been made into the situation, because she said she have all the evidence. She have her evidence, just like our lawyer said, she have her evidence of, of what they call the allegation and all of that. So that's why I said an investigation is supposed to be made into the situation, and then get the full knowledge of what is actually going on, instead of just going on to suspend her.
Okay, personally, I would say that we should become more emotionally and socially intelligent. Because the manner in which you present your case can determine the outcome of the results of your case. No matter how serious or how grave your perceived treatment was, the way you present it matters more than what was actually done. And that is what is happening to Natasha. She didn't undo it in a certain way. Because according to what I read about the Senate House, they said some things are meant privately for the House, and some things are not meant to be said publicly on the media. But Natasha did that. She violated those laws. And I guess that is why the whole thing is happening to her like that. I suspect there is a serious coup. There's a serious coup going on. But then, I wouldn't want to say more than that.
Whatever solution that I think I'm going to proffer, this is Nigeria. Whatever it is, they will still find a way to shake women. So I feel like women staying away from politics is not going to solve the issue. So I feel like once we just have, like I said earlier, once we have women in power, let them operate in their full portfolio. If they operate in a full portfolio, if they have one or two issues, give them a fair airing. Not that we just come out from nowhere, trample upon this one, trample upon that. It will scare women from going out or coming out to participate and hold important offices in the society. That's just what I think.
I felt there shouldn't be silence. It's an indication that I don't know how to put it. Is it that they are a bit deprived of being to speak out? But I felt they should join hands together. They should, when situation like that comes, they should join hands together to ensure that they are not being put aside.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since
My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us today. Let's see what's making headlines this morning. Air Peace slashes Lagos-London fare by 600,000 naira. Naira trades flat in black markets despite recent pipeline explosions. NNPC dismisses explosion report at Port Harcourt refinery. Trump hails very good phone call with Zelensky. Lagos, France to tap Nigeria's $20 million esports market. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Air Peace is assured that travelers will now enjoy up to 600,000 naira reduction in airfares when they connect from cities across Nigeria to London, with one additional luggage. The airline revealed this in a statement by its head of corporate communications, Dr. Ejike Indulo, on Wednesday, the 19th of March. According to Hindu law, the promo runs until March 31 with an extended travel period until April 15, 2025. The airline revealed that it continues to redefine international travel with its London route, offering seamless connectivity from major domestic destinations. Moving on, the Naira has remained stable in the black market on Wednesday, March 19th, despite concerns that the recent oil pipeline explosion in Rivers State could impact the exchange rate. The Naira saw a slight depreciation of about 1 Naira in the parallel market, with the dollar quoted at an average rate of 1,579 Naira on Wednesday compared to 1,580 Naira on Tuesday. In certain areas of Lagos State, the dollar was exchanged at 1,575 Naira per dollar, while some traders offered a rate of 1,577 Naira and 1,580 Naira. Against other major currencies, the Naira gained 10 Naira as the pound was quoted at 2,040 Naira on Wednesday, same as on Tuesday, and slightly stronger than Monday's rate of 2,050 Naira. Still on, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has denied reports of an explosion at the Port Harcourt Refining Company in Rivers State. The company revealed that the incident was a flare event that had been fully contained. NNPC's Chief Corporate Communications Officer Olufemi Shoneye, in a statement issued on Tuesday, March 18th, assured that there is no risk to staff, nearby communities, or the environment. This follows President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency in the state, citing ongoing insecurity and unresolved crisis in the region. Now to end the local news, the newly sworn-in sole administrator for Rivers State, Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, has promised to maintain law and order in the South-South state, promising to work together with other stakeholders to ensure that order is restored in the state. Ibas revealed this after he was sworn in by President Bola Tinubu at the State House in Abuja on Wednesday, March 19th. The administrator was appointed following the 6-month suspension of Governor Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy Ngozi Odu, and the 27 Rivers State House of Assembly members. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has revealed that he had a quote-unquote very good long phone call with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky a day after speaking to Russia's President Vladimir Putin. Trump says the call was aimed at aligning Ukraine and Russia in terms of their requests and needs, adding that ceasefire efforts were on track. Zelensky, on his part, described his conversation with Trump as positive, frank, and very substantive, expressing his belief that lasting peace could be restored together with America and the leadership of President Trump. He also revealed that Trump had discussed possible United States ownership of the Russian-held Zaporizhzhia power plant. Also, protests have erupted in Turkey after authorities detained the mayor of Istanbul just days before he was due to be selected as a presidential candidate. Ekrem İmamoğlu from the secular Republican People's Party is seen as one of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's strongest political rivals. Prosecutors have accused him of corrupting and aiding a terrorist group, calling him a criminal organization leader suspect. The police has, however, detained about 100 people, including other politicians, journalists, and businessmen, as part of the investigation, while the Istanbul governor's office imposed 4 days of restrictions in the city. And now to sports. The Lagos State government has confirmed an ongoing partnership and conversations with France to develop Nigeria's $20 million e-sport market. The Director General of Lagos State Sport Commission, Lekan Fatodu, revealed this at BusinessDay Sport Conference held in Lagos yesterday, March 19th. Fatodu, represented by Travi Nunayan, the Director of Sports, Lagos State Sport Commission, says the Commission is in strategic discussions with the French Embassy to develop and engage Lagos youth on eSport Lagos. This strategic discussion centers on infrastructural development, talent discovery, and the establishment of eSport academies and tournament. Now to end the news, Rangers have strongly condemned UEFA's decision to charge the club after fans displayed a controversial banner during their Europa League clash against Fenerbahce. The banners reading "Keep woke foreign ideologies out, defend Europe" were held up by fans as Rangers secured the place in the quarterfinals with a penalty shootout against Fenerbahce.
The club were also cited for the throwing of objects and blocking of passageways during the match, in addition to the offensive banner charge. Reacting to the charges, the club has released a statement condemning those responsible. And these were the top headlines this morning on BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is a newspaper review.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so we saw 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but we usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money. I think you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road, trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters, they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, that is do whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
There's dignity in labor. Everything in life is about perseverance. And if you don't love what you are doing, you will not make it. There was somebody told me, go home, rent a shop and be selling gari. I am Madam Eunice Carlo. I'm a bus Korokwe driver. By the grace of God, I'm 60. I fly Egbeda to Ikeja on daily basis. I worked for some time, then I stopped. I opened a shop. At the end of the day, the shop closed. When I do take money from home to go to the shop, and it's the money I take from home that will take me home back. So the shop was not moving. After some time, It's my younger brother that now asked me if I can do this. I said yes, instead of being a liability. Because when I stopped the shop, because it was not adding, it was reducing my finance. He now asked me if I can do this. I said yes. So that's how he bought it for me. I started this in April 2021, and it's my boss that I used to learn. From 2021 till date is what I've been doing, which is 2 years. It depends on the money somebody is expecting on daily basis. But for me now, the work now, when I think last year it was fair. But this year is nothing to write home about. Since the fuel increase, it's nothing to write home about. But at least, at all, now it was. Sometimes I get 3,000, sometimes I get 5,000. My family is very, very supportive. When I just come out in the morning, when I go home, I just bath and eat, no disturbance. The male gender, most of them see me as a threat because they feel that, you know what your wife or your sister cannot do, that have not been doing. When you see somebody doing it, you feel that this person, just like a woman being a mechanic or being putting roof, so men there will not be comfortable. Sometimes when I overtake some men, they will look at me through the mirror. They say, this grandma.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Thank you for joining us on the newspaper review here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. I've got in the studio with me Mohammed Akonji, ready to dissect what we have on the front pages this morning. Let's start off with the punch papers this morning. We're ready to dissect, and we don't have time. We want to go straight into the stories. Let's talk about the River Emergency Rule. The big story on the punch paper this morning says, federal government deploys 10,000 troops against vandals as opposition and NLC protest. Fresh explosion in Rivers, PDP protesters, AGF, APC threaten emergency rule extension. Of course, we've been following up on the story and then the entire state of emergency situation in Rivers State. Up on the Punch newspaper this morning says, Naira for crude, fuel price hike looms as Dangote NNPCL talks fail. Again, minimum wage, NYS is to spend 307.6 billion naira on corpus mobilization. On the right-hand side, says stop military attacks on discos, Adelabu tells NFA. Below, it says Sanwo-Olu unveils new blocks of classrooms in the Ikorodu. Exciting news. Down below says police confirm death of inspector, 12 gunmen in fierce battle. This continues on page 5 of the Punch papers. Mohbad's brother and friend arrested outside Lagos court. That Mohbad was a Nigerian musician who passed on in some sort of mysterious ways. You know, there've been lots of conversation trailing his death, which happened, was it last year or the year before?
It was last year.
It was the last year, yeah. And then on page 29 it says PDP tackles APC as constituents begin Natasha's recall. But let's go straight, like I said, let's dissect that big story that says federal government deploys 10,000 troops against vandals as opposition NLC protest. As fresh explosion in Rivers, PDP protest as AGF, APC threaten emergency rule extension.
Into other states. Thank you very much for having me, and
always a
well done for making the word dissect. And I will try to actually be as direct and as quick as possible to be able to analyze the content of this. But I think the starting point was the show that we saw on Tuesday, where the president, I think we were here on Tuesday when we announced that there was an attack on the pipelines in the morning, and another happened again, maybe the evening of Tuesday, and maybe that was what prompted the president to be able to declare that state of emergency in the state. And since then, there have been a lot of groundswell of reactions, counter reactions. You've been seeing arguments to and in favor and against that. And this is actually a new test for our democratic journey so far. Yeah, we were able to make reference to what happened during Obasanjo's administration. Similar thing was actually done in Ekiti State and Plateau State. Maybe not of this magnitude, really. Then during Jonathan's administration as well, when Boko Haram was at the height, we see certain three northern states, three northeastern states, Adamawa, Borno, and Bauchi. It declared the state of emergency there, even though the governors in those states were not removed, like in this case where retired Vice Marshal Ibas was actually appointed. But I think that's what we're able to notice. But for this to be able to happen, remember, it's a test of our constitutional provisions, and that will need to be able to get the approval of the National Assembly before it can really be able to pass. Yeah, the president on Tuesday announced a sole administrator to be able to take over by suspending the governor, the deputy governor, and all the members of the Rivers State House of Assembly for the next 6 months. And then we saw yesterday that the president went ahead. But the president went ahead to be able to swore in retired Iketi Ibas to be able to take over there. And that's maybe what's actually be able to inform the story this morning from Punch about 10,000 civil defense command Nigerian Security Civil Defense Corps were actually mobilized to the River State House of Assembly yesterday. And feelers that we're hearing from there was, okay, everything was calm. There's still peace, tranquility in the environment. We were actually going about the normal business yesterday on Tuesday when there were 3 different cases of bombing of oil installations that we had on Tuesday. So that kind of, maybe because we felt like maybe that was what instigated the president, or that was what pushed the president to declare this emergency, because waiting any further from what happened on Tuesday, when we have 3 cases of vandals, oil pipelines, especially the biggest one there, the Trans-Niger one, that was bombed in the morning, and the other one that actually be able to happen in the evening. If the president, maybe in his own wisdom, felt like if he should be able to hold on further, let's see how the situation pans out and whether the gladiators will be able to allow the force of reason to prevail, things may have gotten out of hand. So the president decided to do that. And the Attorney General of the Federation, who is the chief law officer of the country, was also very much in his press conference yesterday to announce the reason. Even though most of the statement there, about 20 minutes or thereabout press conference, I was going on yesterday night, was actually directed at the sins, perceived sins of the suspended governor, Sim Fubara, who has actually been able to do, he started reading out those allegations, those sins that we can be able to say, and then tie it to what the Supreme Court judgment of February 28th, in terms of the word the Supreme Court used on the governor, that he has turned himself to a despot. And that by becoming a despot, the president, so which implies that, in his own wisdom and in his own interpretation, that means that the state is in a state of anarchy. The state is in a state of chaos, and the federal government will need to be able to activate emergency powers. That's the chief law officer of the country, as I said. Lateef Fagbemi mentioning that yesterday. But you said groundswell of opposition yesterday. Remember, I said for this to pass, for this to be eventually passed, you need 240 House of Rep members and 73 senators to pass, and that must be done within 48 hours. Yesterday has gone. Today is actually the final shot that we will see what's going to happen. But before the sittings in the House of Rep yesterday, we saw a very, very serious shouting match between 2 women from that South. One of them representing Rivers, the other one from Bayelsa. Very serious. It's an unsavory scene where you see what those women. It was actually available on social media, where it looks like they are on both sides of the divide, on the side of the spectrum. One of the women there was actually in support of Wike, the other in support of Fubara, and they went on a very serious shouting match before the deputy speaker took over the mantle yesterday, sat down and tried to be able to douse the situation. But this now needed to be, because every man or every senator needed to be able to stand up for what should be a yes or a no before it can actually be able to be finally ratified. And so, watchers and experts, political commentators, felt that maybe the president quickly rushed the swearing in of retired Ibas by actually doing that, because he's supposed to be able to, Ibokete Ibas, he's supposed to be able to wait for the ratification of the National Assembly before, swearing in the sole administrator as the president did yesterday. But a whole lot of dynamics were there. And the final thing there was what Senator Seriake Dixon said yesterday about that groundswell of opposition. I'm sure you heard about that. Labour Congress. In fact, 10 a.m. this morning, Atiku Abubakar will be having a world press conference. That's what he called it. He's having a world press conference to be able to make their positions known. And we've seen lawyers, right? You know, a lot of people saying, where is it stated in the Constitution that the president has the right to suspend a governor? And these, as I said, these are new dynamics. These are new political calculus that is shaping our political trajectory again. But the National Assembly is the final straw today. Today, they will need to be able to meet. We need to ensure that before that can be finally ratified, the emergency power, we need 240 House of Rep members and 73 senators to be able to back it. And don't forget, APC had, I think, only 59 senators. Yeah, out of the 109 senators, they had 59. And remember that not all these 59 are in support of presidents. There are some internal crises within the party themselves. So let's even say, fine, out of those 59, 40 would be for the president. We say, yes, we vote in favor. Because this is not a yes, it's not a nay or yes or nay kind of a voice vote. Everybody is like, every member, whatever the Constitution says, every member of the parliament, every member of the National Assembly must be present to cast your own vote. Say, yes, I support this emergency power, or no. And then it will be counted to the full glare of all Nigerians in full view, a full public view, where if those numbers are now met, then the president can go ahead to be able to invoke that. But another important point people mentioned was that maybe the president also saved the governor of a looming impeachment. Because perhaps, you know, some said the governor himself, because as I said now, there were reports that people were saying the governor has actually packed out of the government house. And then where is he exactly? You know, there were reports like people could not be able to find his whereabouts. Because the man resumed yesterday, Mr. The naval man, retired AVM Ibas, resumed to the River State Government House yesterday. But as I said, it is a whole lot of things that's actually happening at the same time. And then the way directions, you know, it's good to be able to face is another thing that we needed to be able to pay very, very close attention to. But as I said, today we play another very pivotal role as to how these will actually be able to unfold.
Very quickly, because we are about running out of time and we might not be able to take the other person. But let's quickly, I want to hear your thoughts very quickly on the amount that NYSC proposes to spend on corpus mobilization. So they are proposing to spend 307.6 billion on corpus mobilization. Also, just quick thoughts.
Of course, no. The question is, I think the stop there was just to be able to compare it to. Remember, corpus these days are actually complaining of not receiving the minimum wage yet. So where is this money going to? When they have not, because corpus have been saying they've not started receiving minimum wage. Yeah, the report out there is actually a bit divided. Some said yes, they have gotten it, but quite a majority said they haven't. Quite a majority said they haven't been able to get that. So 307 billion allocated. That's the question. Where is the money going to when you are not paying the minimum wage expected to the core members? So NYSC needed some explanations to be done. This is actually the mobilization that's actually done in a year. What are you using the money for? You just be able to feed them at the camp when the primary obligation, which is paying the corporate allowances, the core member allowances, are not done as and when they've not started implementing the 77,000 minimum wage. So they have a lot of questions to be able to answer, and that is what they're actually calling out them for over that.
Also, PDP tackles APC as Kogi constituents begin Natasha's recall. What is this?
Yeah, I mean, the Kogi accident said no, that is actually not true. There was a plan that the Kogi State INEC is actually planning to be able to do a recall process, which is a process of when you impeach or remove a member of the House of Assembly, as they plan it to be. Whether that will be able to be the case, there were anglings or there were complaints or there were feelers, unconfirmed reports anyway, that there are process or oppositions have actually started an impeachment plot or a removal plot of Senator Natasha. Don't forget, over allegations. But it appears Rivers crisis has overshadowed that. And maybe there's just a little that we're actually hearing about what is going on in that space. But Kogi INEC denied initiating any process to that nature. So maybe we still need to be able to see how it unfolds. How that particular story will actually be able to take shape.
We'll actually just have to keep our fingers crossed with all of the Senate drama.
And there are a lot of things going on there. Maybe it's
Senator
the Dangote thing you want to
Natasha.
talk about as well. You had the Dangote
we'll talk about that later, but let's talk about, just very quickly, your thoughts on the story that's on the top right-hand side. Stop military attack on discos. This is from Adelabu to NSA. What's this military attack that they
I'm sorry. We talk about that. The recent one that even happened was the Ikeja again. Remember when the Nigerian Navy attacked IKDC for a while over the 4 billion naira electricity debt that they were actually owing, and we saw what they did to them. You know, the way they pounced on the disco staff. Another one happened over last week. That was the Nigerian Army as well, owing to a tune of about 8.7 billion that they have not paid, and then they decided to just be able to, this show of force, on unsuspecting civilians. Maybe that's what the Minister of Power is actually trying to be able to say. Please, Nigerian Security Advisor needed to be able to call them to order to ensure that they need to be able to maintain that rule of engagement when they're actually dealing with civilians.
Yeah, this story on the BusinessDay newspaper this morning says that dollars rush seen as Dangote halts Naira petrol sales. This is energy sector, and then there's a picture from the recently concluded BusinessDay Sports conference which held yesterday, which was really, really insightful. That's the picture from the conference. But very quickly, just your thoughts on.
In the midst of the Rivers crisis and the Rivers unfolding drama, Dangote refinery released a press had a presser yesterday. A press release yesterday to announce that sale of crude oil in Naira will have to stop, and we know that it is not unconnected to the inability, the failure to renew the agreement, the Naira for crude deal, right? That was actually planned to be able to end by the 31st of March. There was a report that on Tuesday, Dangote tried to met with the Minister of Finance and the Minister of the Economy to see how to be able to save the situation. It actually appeared that nothing really concrete actually be able to come out of it. But the statement out there now is that there is a mismatch, according to them, from what they are selling out and their own crude oil obligations. They are buying in dollars and they are selling in Naira. So if that agreement cannot be renewed, right? If the agreement cannot be renewed, it's likely going to be affect their bottom lines and their operating expenses. And that's actually maybe the reason why they actually come up with this. But the minister has actually said they are looking into it to ensure that March 31st is still the deadline. There is a forward contract to ensure it gets the crude oil until 31st of March, and efforts will actually be made to ensure that it is extended.
All right, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. Very quickly, it's always good to see what we have on BusinessDay cartoon of the day, and that is a horse. Is that a horse? Is that a horse?
Of course, SDP. SDP. Us is the party logo, just like Broom is the party logo of. So us is like the party logo of SDP. The shell is like the party logo inside it.
Like peeping out of the horse and it's waving, and then there is a
opposition camp.
Yeah, there's an opposition camp.
Of course, calling them to come and join into the horse.
Yeah, like like just a direction. What do they call that? A direction tag or whatever.
Beacon sign.
Yeah, saying
opponent.
And then the horse is on the move.
Of course.
The horse kind of has wheels below. Do you see that?
I can see that. I can really see that. And
so what is he doing?
Oh, of course, inviting oppositions. I think it's two things there. Maybe he's trying to be able to, he wanted to ride into Aso Rock by 2027, maybe. Just like I say, pictures tells more than 1,000 words.
Stories.
Or 1,000 stories, thank you. Or maybe he's also inviting the opposition to join in.
Yeah, I think he's inviting them to join in.
To join into the horse and then see how they can actually... So maybe also a Greek gift. Perhaps. Thank you. A Greek gift, right? About the Trojan Spartan Wars. Maybe a Spartan Wars story where, if you receive this, remember what if you watch the story of Troy, about when they be able to give them the horses, and what do you have there? You have warriors, opposing warriors, Spartans who were in that horse. Honestly, I was donated to them and they attacked them in the middle of the night. But the question is, The odds there is SDP the Greek gifts.
I think SDP is the Greek gift, or is it? Or you want to say, or is it an Assyrian Erufai?
That's what I'm wondering. Maybe this one Erufai, or could it be Nasir Erufai is attempting to? Is it a ploy to destabilize SDP?
It's more like a gift to
SDP to APC. Maybe it was actually a ploy to go and destabilize SDP. The politicians, they can be capable of anything.
Wow. You know what? We'll keep analyzing this particular. I really like the fact that this cartoon
is actually be able to provoke,
make it thought-provoking. There's just different angles to it. It's truly, you know, I think for me, cartoonists are some of the most intelligent people in the world because how you're able to just put something that is making me look at where we're analyzing. We could continue analyzing the story
from different perspectives.
From different perspectives. And just like you said, we just tell 1,000 stories, even more than words. Shout out to our cartoonist there, Mr. Asuko, always brilliant. And that's how we bring it to wraps here on the newspaper review on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Always a delight having you on the morning show, Mr. Mohammed. Stay tuned.
Have a blessed day.
Right. Stay tuned. Up next, we'll have the big story here on the show.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Someone like me, they say Jackpa and Jackpada. I say let people Jackpa because guess what? They will Jackpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad and I thought I was running away. Because I was just a young doctor, I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I've practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? You know, Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a U.S. company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the U.S., but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? How we are tracking their vehicles, seeing the distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half. Same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria
There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. Is going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person, all through the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that SAGLEV is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging, because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana, same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more, because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 Naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, SAGLEV wants other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, SAGLEV is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is public and mass transportation.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Hello and welcome to the Big Story segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we're focusing on politics, and we're exploring the ongoing political crisis in Rivers State, which led to the declaration of a state of emergency in the state. We'll take a look at the implications, the effect on Rivers State economy, and what it means for democracy in Nigeria. The political turmoil in Rivers State has been festering for months, culminating in violent confrontations and the reported destruction of critical infrastructure, including pipeline bombings. This led to the declaration of a state of emergency in the state by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. While President Bola Tinubu justified the emergency rule as a necessary intervention to restore governance and order, his critics have accused him of political overreach and unconstitutional action. The conflict escalated in December 2024 when the Rivers State House of Assembly attempted to impeach Fubara, a move widely seen as influenced by former Governor Nyesom Wike following a power tussle to run the state affairs. The fallout led to a breakdown in governance, violent protests, and attacks on government institutions. The declaration has led to the suspension of Governor Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy Ngozi Odu, and all 27 elected members of the State House of Assembly for 6 months, with the president appointing Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, a sole administrator, to run the affairs of the state. Now, to help us understand this better, we're being joined by Ebenezer Wikina. He is the founder of Policy Shapers, and he's joining us from Rivers State, and he is the best person for this conversation. You're welcome to the show, Ebenezer.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, Elizabeth.
Right. So let's go straight to the conversation today. Given the political crisis that has rocked the state with Governor Siminalayi, I beg your pardon, Fubara on one hand, and the 27 lawmakers in some weekend on the other hand, did this emergency declaration and suspension of democracy in Rivers State come as a surprise to you?
It did, to be honest. I personally thought it was a step too far. I thought that there were quite a number of other ways that the president could have been able to resolve this. Given that the former governor of Rivers State is on his cabinet, and the Rivers State governor himself could have easily just been called to Abuja. I know that in the past there had been a couple of meetings that the president had convened, but I think he could have been able to insist on peace, ensuring that both parties sort of like discuss and negotiate much more than going this far. Especially because if you consider that there are many other states in Rivers State there are many other states in Nigeria at the moment who are going through quite a number of violent times. Just 10 hours from Abuja, Yobe State, you have basically militants and terrorists basically telling people to vacate their homes in 6 days or be killed. But we haven't seen the president declare state of emergency or even give a national broadcast and stuff like that, because I mean, that for me, that seems a lot more life-threatening than a godfather and in quote, a godson basically fighting over political control. So I thought it was a step too far. I thought there were many other ways that this could have been resolved, especially following the Supreme Court ruling. The governor had tried to go present the budget to the House of Assembly. House of Assembly had said that they're going on recess. So there are many of those kind of political undertones to things that I thought could have been politically resolved much more than state of emergency. It was just a step too far.
All right. Can you give me a sense of what the people in Rivers State right now are saying, what they feel? Just you are based there, so you probably have you have the better, you'll be able to see in a different perspective. What are the people saying right now?
Yeah, no. So on the day when the state of emergency was on that evening, it had just finished raining. So I'd gone into the old GRA, which is like where the government house is, and all across the streets of Port Harcourt, I think there was like palpable tension. So the streets were cleared. There's hardly anybody on the road. Even yesterday, as of yesterday morning, most parents didn't send their kids to school because like there's just this tension, and this comes from like a history of violent clashes in Rivers State and how things can easily get out of hand. But I get the sense that people want these things to be more behind us than as our present reality, and so there's really no threat of violence. I think it's more like PTSD from everything that's happened before in the past, and the fear that something could happen and things could go out of hand. So I get the sense that people want things to be more to move faster, and so even though the president has said that the sole administrator will be there for 6 months, I think it's the wish, and it's my personal wish as well, that this resolves much more faster than 6 months, because I think if it's left to go long and fester for a very long time, it gets harder to resolve things. It's almost like when in the family, if mother and the father are fighting, like if they don't resolve things faster, it's almost like the things become harder the longer things go. So I expect the president to be able to find ways to resolve this much more faster than keeping this on for like six months, because this is not a military regime. A sole administrator is only exists in the military time, and I hope that we can go back to normalcy and go back to democratic rule as soon as possible.
As soon as possible, as soon as 6 months. What's that? Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution empowers the president to declare a state of emergency. But are there limitations to the exercise of this power by the president?
Yeah, I mean, the NBA had come out to speak. There are many like thoughts and legal interpretations everywhere about how far he can go and how far he can't go. The general consensus is that he really shouldn't have the power to take out an elected governor and elected House of Assembly members. Some people say that the only way a governor can be taken out of office is in Section 188, which speaks about either the governor dying, that's natural cause, or the governor being impeached. So so I mean, there's a lot of conversation. I think there's so much noise out there. I personally think that I mean, I feel like when there are so many like peaceful ways to resolve issues, I would rather choose that, much more than going to the extreme of now having so much ruckus and all the infighting that we're seeing currently. So I mean, maybe he had the power to, maybe he didn't, but I feel like this is the power that he should have left as a final last resort, especially because we really haven't. I mean, they're talking about the pipeline explosion. So the federal government pays billions of naira for pipeline security. And this is a federal contract. So I personally don't understand why the federal government is not holding the contractor who is supposed to protect the pipelines accountable, but instead holding the governor accountable. So like there are many other ways this could have been resolved. I think it has just been taken way too far. And I think the president needs to really like get a hold of this and resolve it so it doesn't escalate into like a political crisis as we're seeing in the House of National Assembly currently.
And speaking on the National Assembly itself, let's talk about the nature of the swearing in. Now, the sole administrator, Ibok Eteibas, a retired Navy general, was sworn in already before the National Assembly even began deliberations on this matter. Does this in any way mean that the president has some sort of disdain for the National Assembly?
For me, I think he feels like he's so confident that he's going to get. It feels like he's super confident he'll get the 2/3 majority. It's almost like he feels like he had called everybody and just gotten like their confirmation, and that when they meet today, it's all just going to be sealed. So I don't think it's more disdain. I think it's more confidence and just like knowing that this is just like covered already. Because I was also surprised to see that the sole administrator was already sworn in without the 2/3 majority formally given. So perhaps he's super confident. Let's see how it unfolds in the National Assembly.
Right, let's see how it unfolds. And one of the reasons that cited by the President Bola Tinubu to declare the state of emergency is him saying that there's a threat to pipeline facilities in Rivers State. Do you think that the President is right on this one?
Yeah, I mean, oil is Nigeria's mainstay, whether we like it or not. That's if anything affects the oil market, it's going to definitely affect our foreign currency exchange. It's going to affect the way our currency strength. It would affect the whole market, right? Our entire economy basically will be affected by that. So in many ways, I understand when you're trying to be proactive in these cases, but I would say, as opposed to again mixing the political issues with the security issues, I would say, like, for example, maybe like beef up security when it comes to pipeline vandalization at this point. DSS gets a lot of like early warning messages about like things that want to happen before they happen. So maybe like ensuring that there's more partnership, maybe forming a JTF where the DSS and the military and the Navy and all those guys are basically like get in collaboration with the consultants, security consultants, are working to ensure there's more increased coverage and security on the pipeline while the political issue gets solved. Because now you're taking everybody out and I feel like you're packing everything out and you have to pack them in again. And it feels like quite a clumsy process that could have been handled quite easily. So so I understand. I personally understand because this affects our economy. But there are many other ways that this could have been resolved.
Many other ways that this could have been resolved. So what then are the options left for Siminalayi Fubara and the 27 lawmakers? Are there any options left?
Yeah, I mean, the option has been the option that I and many others have been advocating for so many months, which is negotiation. Going to whenever I think conflict is natural, right? So it's how you resolve conflict that really matters. So I think going back to the negotiation table, having the conversation about all of the issues that have happened and finding ways to come up with a mutual agreement. Sometimes both sides might have to make compromises, but I think that is actually what matters the most. Because, because of how the governor has been so distracted by this issue since 2023, there really hasn't been you can't really say like this is what has happened in this administration. Like there are some strides in healthcare, there are strides in infrastructure here and there, but like there's no consolidated thing that you can say this really is how much he had achieved over the past 2 years, So, and I think that is a problem, and it's a shame for the Rivers people, because much more than anything, the biggest losers in all of this is the Rivers people. It's not the governor, it's not the ex-governor, it's the Rivers people, because these resources are for the Rivers people and not for any individual alone. So, negotiate, resolve, come back to the negotiating table, find ways to solve this, and put the interest of the people forward, and put the people at the center of these conversations. Yeah.
Right, and let's talk about democracy very quickly. Any threats to democracy in Nigeria, like in your own view, in view of what has happened, do you see any threats to what democracy is?
I do. I sort of feel like this could be a dangerous precedent. And I know that the Attorney General tried to defend this yesterday in his press conference, even though he didn't really quote any sections of the Constitution, because I was expecting him as a lawyer to be able to quote sections of the Constitution or quote precedents in the past to be able to defend this. But I feel like this sets a precedent where it feels like any president in the future who comes into office and doesn't like a governor can declare state of emergency on that state with the slightest issue, and just say I have a solar and street, or I'll be there for 6 months. So that sort of makes our democratic process and election sort of starts to feel like it's basically what's happening at the local government level, where state governors are now deciding to set up elections for local government whenever they like. And if they don't like a local government chairperson, they can now have CTC chairmen that they appoint. So it's basically the same thing happening at the federal level, right? Where you can now say, okay, I remove this governor and put who I like, and have the person lead that place for as long as I want. So I feel it's a challenge on democracy, and it's something that we should be frowned against, because it then sets a dangerous precedent for the future. It could be 2 years, 5 years, 6 years from now. Someone could come in and say they're taking away governor from Lagos State or Kaduna State because they don't like that person, and putting a sole administrator. And I think it's a dangerous precedent to set.
Right. And before I let you go, Ebenezer, I mean, I know I've already asked you this earlier. I'd ask you what it feels like right now in Rivers State, but for you, what's the way forward for Rivers State, the people of Rivers State right now?
Yeah, no, I think the way forward is clear. It's negotiation, it's a peaceful resolution of this issue so that normalcy can return. And that's one of the things that my organization, Policy Shaper, has been trying to do over the past year. So we've been able to convene up to 100 young people in Rivers State, and we're bringing them together to see how we can discuss the future of the state. And this actually was even before all of the political crisis began. We had been thinking about the Rivers 2050 vision projects for quite a while. Because unlike Lagos State that has a long-term plan from 2022 to 2052, Rivers State hasn't had a long-term plan since the 1980s. And I think for a state that has a lot of natural resource, that has been blessed with years, up to 50 years of natural resource and abundance, I think is rascal to just be able to have that state without a plan for such a long time. So we bring young people together, and we said, okay, for the next 25 years, we're going to convene experts in focus group discussions, where we're going to have a statewide survey, hoping to reach close to 100,000 people. We're going to have town hall conversations. We're hoping that we can have a space where everyone can envision the future and not just be too sucked into the present, but for the next 25 years, how do we want the state to be in education? The kids that will be born, who will teach them? Where would be the hospitals that will treat people who will be sick? Which new roads need to be made? What local government areas need to be connected to the city? All those kind of questions are things that I think we need to be asking ourselves now. And I think putting development in front of this conversation helps us to put things in perspective. Because the perspective currently is just the whole Godfather versus Godson thing. But I think putting things better, people need development, and that's what government exists for. If people don't get public goods, then why is public service and public leadership there? So I think just having that in front is what we really want to do at this moment, and we hope that we can make progress with that. We hope for the vision book to be launched in October, and we've started work already on this, putting the various committees together to work on it. Yeah.
This question is from one of our viewers who just sent this in right now. It's quite lengthy, so I'll ask you to be patient with me. The Supreme Court has decided that the statutory allocations due to Rivers State should be withheld because the governor did not recognize the House of Assembly and did not present the budgets before the said House for passage. Mind you, this question is from a lawyer. And President Tinubu claims that Governor Fubara, who had written to the same house to enable him present the budget, has failed to obey the Supreme Court. The same President Tinubu also went ahead to appoint a sole administrator after suspending the governor, the deputy governor, and the members of the House of Assembly. Now we're reading that the withheld allocations will be released to the sole administrator, who is nothing but an impostor concocted by the president. You know, those are the words this person used. So the allocations will be withheld because there was no House of Assembly, or the governor did not recognize the House and did not present the budget. But now they've suspended both the governor and the House and proceeded to appoint a sole administrator and handed over allocations to the sole administrator. Now this person is asking that, how do you reconcile this?
Yeah, no, it's tough. It's very tough to reconcile. Same question that I also personally had. I'm like, you know, if this was the issue, and the governor went to present the budget, I mean, why shouldn't we make sure that this actually happens? Why shouldn't the president say, you know, House of Assembly, what's happening, speaking to the speaker and stuff like that, back channeling all of this and making sure that the governor actually does present the budget, and the House actually has the right to say no to the budget and tell him go work more on this and go work more on that. So, you know, so it doesn't make any sense that, you know, the Supreme Court had a ruling and the ruling was supposed to be implemented, and then we just move forward and say, oh, it's not been implemented, and just had a state of emergency. It felt like it jumped, you know, when you should have walked. It felt like we just jumped from step 1 to step 100 when we could have just walked through the entire process. So yeah, so I actually do agree with him. It's also important to know that I think the allocation also just got withheld now, not previously, because the governor had been receiving allocation before now. The allocation was going to be withheld following the Supreme Court ruling. So this would have been the month where he wouldn't have gotten allocation. And for me, I care more about the civil servants. I think I'm thinking more about civil servants from the perspective of the fact that people are working in the various ministries now, and will they be paid their salaries at the end of the month? There are many questions around that. And there are questions around initiatives like the free bus service that the governor has had within the states and some other palliative measures, right? Will those things end, or will they continue? And what will be the funding to sort of like continue that? So I think the sole administrator should see himself as a stopgap measure, you know, to be able to stay in there while this issue gets resolved, and hopefully fast enough. But he should also make sure that these good initiatives that are happening within the state should not end, because the money is not his money, it's Rivers State money. You know, his allocation is for Rivers people, and it's not for any particular individual, not even the ex-governor or the current governor. So yeah, so that's my thoughts on that.
And then speaking on allocation, now state funds and allocations cannot be appropriated without being enabled by the appropriation law. Now section 120 and 121 of the Constitution are very explicit on this. So what budget will the sole administrator now be using to appropriate allocations at Rivers State?
Well, perhaps they call this an emergency fund, because it's a state of emergency, and so maybe because we're in emergency rule, this becomes like an emergency fund, which should not run for too long, which is why I think 6 months is such a long time, because like 6 months is half a year, and in half a year, so much can be done, right? And so why delay development for such a long time because of political crisis? So I would say that, yeah, maybe this is an emergency fund that should be spent for maybe a month plus, but I think in a month, this should definitely have been resolved. The governor, the president, I mean the president especially, because he's the leader of the country, should be able to, you know, rally these forces together and the various parties and find a way to resolve this as fast as possible, because I think keeping it on for a very long time makes it harder to get resolved. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ebenezer Wikina, founder, policy shaper. Truly insightful speaking to you this morning. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. You too. Thank you so much.
This has been the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They bury me my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. So this is what I'm doing for now. My name is Obina Okonkwo. People in this area always call me Okobanti. Based on what I do, I produce palm, sandal, both men and female. I'm not born like this. So when I was like 2 years old, when I got this accident, I sick. Then my mom took me to the hospital, but unfortunately, they gave me injection to the wrong side. Instead to give me at the normal place, give me at my bone. It now weak me. My mom cannot back me with one wrapper. He used 3 wrapper to back me. Because she said I cannot be able to sit down again. I only, you know. So she has to do everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. So according to my mom, what she said, she took me to those people that do agbo. That's a native medicine. She said they bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. You know, then do some maintenance to make sure that I can be able to sit down. Because according to her, she said I cannot sit down. I just, you know, because I'm weak all over. My mom tried everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. I don't like going back to my past because it do hurt me. Due to each time I go back on it, make me shed tears. But that one doesn't bring me down. I'm still pushing on. Based on, I believe that this is not the end of it. I still thank God that I'm alive and I'm still pushing forward. Sometimes I say, this boy cannot continue like this. No. Let me find one or two things and fix him. He asked me, boy, what would you like to learn? I say, rhythmic. And I said, no, rhythmic cannot. I said, no, I want to learn cobbler. He said, now fix me in one at a Babish market. There's one man they call Mr. Water. But now this man is late. May he rest in peace. That's my boss. He taught me on how to beat palm. I learned my work for good 4 years, but no money to continue on my own, to start on my own. My boss said, okay, boy, and if I do your business with me, if you can sample your goods in my show glass, then anything, if customer come, if they choose your own, fine, they choose my own fast. So my boss is the only person that helped me that period for good 4 or 5 years. I'm married with a wife with 4 kids. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing to feed them, to take care of, even pay their school fees. I know it's not really easy, but I don't have to give up. I said, I have to put myself together. I don't even look down on my condition that I'm on wheelchair. As you can see now from here, from here now, I can get to mainland. I will just go to bus stop, take a box, they'll carry me to mainland, where I do buy my materials. I don't have to give up to myself. You know, I know I'm a man. And I'm not seeing myself on this wheelchair. I don't look down myself. I believe that any woman that will come for me like this, she will take me where I am. And that's my wife. Our former president say the youth are lazy. Yeah, I say no, the youth are not lazy, no. If they can come outside and walk around the street, they will see people like me say, no, this bros, man, you're not lazy. I'm not lazy. If I'm lazy, my woman will not accept me. But my dad do everything possible to take good care of us. So when I lost him, I have no option. And I had to buckle myself and engage my hustle. Because this is what I'm doing. Not for the time. So I said, no, I rather stick onto it. And this hustle as it pay my house rent, my baby school fees, and then feeding. If market goes well, I can make like normally 6 to 7K. And if it's like a month end, when people have got a salary, I can make like 16 to 17K. That month end, but if per day, 7K, 6K. And due to the expensive, and I have to save to buy more materials. Normally, if I do just to build, it can be like 7 PS or 6 PS per day. If I do repairing, and I can be like 3 PS. 1 pair of shoe here, it contains 4K. Depends on the sole. If you want normal foreign sole, it's 4.5. Normal Nigeria sole is 3.5. One guy came to me here, meet me. He said, bro, you know where your shoe don't reach? I said, no. He said, I traveled to Dubai
The farm where I will go, my friend carry am. Now I come back, call my mom. I say, no, I must pick one again. And I say, bro, now God, he say, bro, where your palm reach, you go reach here pass. I say, amen. So I'm not feeling bad. I know if it is God, I'm not looking at myself. I just say it is God. I just have to that way. Because if I do pardon, I didn't wait. God, no, I do. I know, just in fact, it is God. Just on God. So this is what I'm looking for now. So I'm simply forward for a better place. They asked us to leave, and they even give us some. They give us now till this December. Everybody should leave. Where are you for? Although you don't need to Leko, but water used to come out from ground. From ground. Even as you can see through the passage, you will do that water you do enter. If rain fall heavy now, all this passage will flood you. All the even me, I don't have any option. And that my friend will back me in. Yes, they do back me in because I can't crawl inside that water. They have to back me. Then early morning, I will call them, they will come and pick me out again. Normally, people do show me love, but like I say, I'm not begging. Because I believe that why would I beg? If you give me 100 naira or 50 naira, now I cannot stop anything now. Because I believe if I walk, people come, patronize me, give me like 4, 5, 4K. I know I can be able to meet up for the day. But 50 naira, 100 naira, no. This one cannot even help you to anyway. So that's why I believe in. I believe in my hustle. Say, look at it be, my hustle will pay me.
My name is Sarah Okonkwo. Was in the business already before I saw him. I love him. That's why I married him.
It roughly 2004. I've been so people know me, both small and big. People know me. And the time of month now, like this period now, so we just come, they will buy oyster like 1 dozen, 12 pieces. So I can't travel. So we still come say, bros, I beg, check for me, I'm going to sell. I will help them bring the price down. Instead of giving them 4, 5, I will give them 3, 5. 3, 5. They actually, if they eat 1K or 5, you know bad. So on me, business they buy and bunch my hand. I don't go to fill them. So if I get like 1K on each palm I sell, I'm okay. Because the reason why I'm doing because I'm not paying for shop. But if I pay for shop, I will add money. I will sell it normally the way people other are selling it. My name is Obina Okonkwo, and people do call me Okobanti. Based on the way I'm doing my own thing, and then people say, upon this man on a wheelchair, still doing something. How much more them? Then they are okay. So my daily activity low, he encourage them. He said, if this man on a wheelchair can do something like this, how much more we can do more better than him? So that's why that name come out, that Kokobanti.
The major central banks this week are deciding on appropriate monetary interventions as they meet. The Bank of Japan announced that it maintained the short-term interest rate target in the range of 0.4% to 0.5% as expected, after concluding its two-day monetary policy review meeting. The statement stated that Japan's economy is showing moderate recovery, albeit with some weak signs, with both consumption and inflation expectations also moderately increasing. The governor's statement cautioned on the need for vigilance on impact of financial and foreign exchange market moves on Japan's economy, adding that he expects underlying inflation to move closer towards the price target in the latter half of the 3-year period projected under the quarterly outlook report. The statement also highlighted risks, including impact of trade policies on global economies and inflation. The U.S. Federal Open Market Committee decides later today, while the Bank of England and South Africa Reserve Bank will decide tomorrow. Almost all the apex banks are facing new pressures to reconsider and await clarity on the potential stickiness of inflation driven by the global trade turmoil and uncertainty, and could be more drawn to a wait-and-see mode. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we analyze the main business stories. We look first at the South Africa Reserve Bank monetary policy decision to be taken tomorrow after deliberations at the already ongoing 3-day meeting. Analysts are somewhat divided on whether the South Africa Central Bank will be held back in further easing by the rising global and domestic risks and hold rates steady at 7.5%. Inflation rate rose for the third month to 3.2% in January 2025, the highest in 4 months, but well below the South African Reserve Bank's preferred midpoint target of 4.5%. Yesterday, we also reported a survey showing average inflation forecast in 2025 was lower to 4.3% from 4.5% in the previous survey. Based on direction of headline inflation, many expect the South Africa Reserve Bank will probably hold rates, or the MPC could cut the repo rate by another 25 basis points. Analysts also will understand the wait-and-see stance given the highly elevated levels of uncertainty both globally and domestically. Just in this morning, we got the February inflation data. Annual consumer price inflation South Africa was 3.2% in February 2025, unchanged from January 2025. Month on month, CPI increased by 0.9% in February. Goods CPI 2.5%, up from 2.4% in January 2025, while services was 3.8%, down from 4% in January 2025. The latest APSA Purchasing Managers Index for South Africa dropped to 44.7 in February 2025 from 45.3 in January, also the fourth consecutive contraction in factory activity and the sharpest decline since August 2024. The economy grew by a very tepid 0.6% in 2024, also the slowest growth since 2020. A 25 basis points easing to 7.25% would be a very welcome monetary boost, so the chances are looking like 50-50. For the Bank of England, it looks like a largely uneventful Thursday decision, with markets already pricing in a 95% chance of a hold decision. With the US FOMC, markets expect also a hold decision, but the dot plot and updated summary of economic projections SEP may unveil a surprise or two. Will we see fresh concerns with inflation and the surge in longer-run inflation expectations leading to scaling back rate cut forecasts? Or would the FOMC be driven by signals pointing to a weaker economy, prodding them to predict more rate decreases, which will again boost the stock market? I tend to lean more towards a hawkish slant coming from the FOMC, with the usual statements warning that they will remain closely data dependent. Talking of data, the latest personal consumption expenditure index metric, which is the FOMC preferred inflation metric, increased 2.5% year on year in January 2025, marking its first slowdown in 4 months compared to 2.6% in December 2024, and in line with expectations. But again, this is a lagging indicator, as we know. On the data projections, the Fed could raise its 2025 outlook for inflation. In December, the outlook was for 2.5%, that's the PCE, in both core and headline, and lower its GDP projection from 2.1%. The committee could maintain its December outlook for 2 cuts in 2025, that's in the dot plot, or remove one. That could be a hawkish slant, but analysts think everything seems to be on the table. Some more business stories. After the call between Trump and Putin, Russia and Ukraine have agreed to refrain from attacking each other's energy infrastructure for 30 days. Call it baby steps towards a truce, as Putin immediately issued an order to that effect to the Russian military after the call. European natural gas prices slipped as warming weather forecasts and the planned talks between US President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin appeared to boost prospects for the region's gas supply balance. Policy uncertainty is still at the root of a pullback in US equities. The stock market couldn't string together a third daily gain in a row. The yield on the 2-year Treasury note also fell to 4.04%, while the 10-year yield was down to 4.28%. Last Thursday, the S&P 500 entered correction territory, but it rallied with the other two major indexes on Friday and Monday. All three indexes are lower at close yesterday. And on data, US industrial production expanded by 0.7% on a monthly basis in February, after the 0.3% increase recorded in January, and better than the market expectation for growth of 0.2%. Manufacturing output rose 0.9%, boosted by a jump of 8.5% in the index for motor vehicles and parts, while capacity utilization stepped up to 78.2%, a rate that is still 1.4 percentage points below its long-run average, that's 1972 to 2024 average. And in the UK, The Independent is launching a new service using Google AI tools to provide summaries of its articles overseen by its journalists. The London-based media group will launch the platform later this month. And more on AI, NVIDIA announced new chips for building and deploying artificial intelligence models at its annual GTC conference yesterday. CEO Jensen Huang revealed Blackwell Ultra, a family of chips shipping in the second half of this year, and Vera Rubin, the company's next generation graphics processing unit, or GPU, that is expected to ship in 2026. Blackwell Ultra chips will be able to generate far more content in the same amount of time as its predecessor, allowing cloud providers to offer a premium AI service for time-sensitive applications, and so helping them earn as much as 50 times the revenue when compared to the Hopper generation of chips which shipped in 2023. Cybersecurity startup Wiz has agreed a termination fee of about 10% of its $32 billion acquisition by Google parent company Alphabet, highlighting the significant antitrust risks the deal could face. Yesterday, we reported Alphabet had agreed to buy Wiz, its largest acquisition, reviving a deal that fell apart last summer. There is a sense that the present US administration is more friendly to markets and business, and perhaps this means a lower chance of scuttling the transaction. Germany's Bundestag voted in favor of a major fiscal package, which includes changes to long-standing debt policies to enable higher defense spending and a 500 billion euro infrastructure and climate fund. The law now needs to be approved by the Bundesrat, a body representing the country's states, on Friday to become enshrined. German industrial giant Siemens yesterday said they were cutting 2% of its global workforce, that is over 6,000 jobs worldwide, due to weak demand and increasing competition in China and in its home market. The cuts are mainly from factory, automation unit, and some positions in its electric vehicle charging business. Audi is reviewing its plan to stop introducing new petrol models from next year as a delayed transition to electric vehicles pushes the premium car maker to cut 7,500 jobs, 14% of its German workforce. It said it was no longer certain it would meet a previous target of launching its final new combustion engine car in 2026 and ending sales of such vehicles outside of China entirely by 2032. Morgan Stanley plans to cut about 2,000 jobs later this month. The job cuts, the first major workforce reduction under CEO Ted Pick, will take place across the firm, but will not affect the roughly 15,000 financial advisors of the bank. So it's more the non-core support roles that will be affected. Social media site X's valuation has soared back to about $44 billion, underscoring the sharp turnaround in the company's fortunes. Investors valued the platform at $44 billion in a secondary deal earlier this month. X was also working on raising fresh capital in a primary round, which would aim to raise about $2 billion through selling new equity, and that could be used to pay off more than $1 billion of junior debt that Musk agreed to take on to finance his buyout of the company, then known as Twitter, in 2022. The Trans-Niger pipeline, one of Nigeria's biggest pipelines carrying crude from the Niger Delta to the Bonny terminal, was rocked by a powerful explosion on Monday night. The explosion at Bodo-Gokana local government area of Rivers State caused a massive fire with no clarity on the causes. Militants had earlier threatened to attack oil infrastructure in the Rivers State amid an ongoing political crisis between the state and the federal government over federal money allocation to rivers. As the politically driven tension goes on, it definitely would affect the production levels and export potential, as well as investment appetite, raising the risk premium and also raising security costs, further making these oil blocks in this region less attractive. Yesterday, a Nigerian judge dismissed state oil company NNPC Limited's objection to its inclusion in a lawsuit brought by Dangote Oil Refinery seeking to stop imports of gasoline into the West African nation. The lawsuit argues that the sector regulator, Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Agency, MPDPRA, is violating the law by continuing to issue gasoline import permits to NNPC and other fuel traders, adding that the law allows only imports in order to address production shortfalls. Dangote is seeking 100 billion naira, that's $65 million, in damages from NMDPRA, from NNPC, and 5 smaller fuel marketers. Oil prices fell after Russia agreed to Trump's proposal that Moscow and Kiev stop attacking each other's energy infrastructure in a 30-day ceasefire, implying more Russian oil supply entering global markets. Brent was down 0.34% at just over $70 a barrel in early morning trade. Asia-Pacific markets were mostly subdued, while the yen steadied after the Bank of Japan held rates as was expected. The euro remained close to the 5-month high it reached yesterday after Germany's parliament approved for a significant increase in spending, handing the Chancellor-in-waiting Friedrich Merz a huge boost. Well, that's all we can take on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosani. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Music makes me happy. Smith Austin or your way. I'm from Delta State. I was born like this. My daddy abandoned me. That cannot accept me. I wanted to go to school, but there's no sponsor, no help from anywhere. My mother has sponsored me throughout my primary, secondary school, till the present time. But it's unfortunately that she has passed away. She's no more. So my daddy also has passed away. That minute when my daddy discovered who I am, he cannot do anything for me again. Before death took you. But all what I am today is the grace of my mommy and to Almighty God. Sometimes when I'm going out, I'll put my hand in my clothes, I will hide it, I'll be going. But after some time, I say, why am I hiding my hand? It's this hand that people used to look at, and somehow the hand used to attract people to me. And I stopped, I said, I will not be doing it again. And since then, anywhere I'm going to go, if I enter into any church, any gathering, when I come out like this, people will look at me. Not me, they are looking at man that, look at this man, he's coming to the stage with some musician, what can he play? I have never one day regretted the way God created me. There are some things that when you want to do, they'll say because of the disability you have, you cannot be able to do it. But I find out that I can be able to do it with my, not even a disability, with my ability. I find that I can be able to do it. There's nothing that I lay my hands on that cannot be able to do it. But with some people that have
Hello and welcome to the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making headlines this morning. NLC TUC seek reversal of state of emergency in Rivers State. Airpeace slashes Lagos-London fare by 600,000 naira. Maritime sector's excess dollar charges worrisome, says Shipping Association. Trump hails quote-unquote very good phone call with Zelensky. Lagos, France to tap Nigeria's $20 million esports market. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria have called on President Bola Tinubu to immediately reverse the state of emergency imposed on Rivers State on Tuesday, 19th of March 2025. The labor organizations made the demands on Wednesday, March 20th, after an emergency meeting in Abuja. In a statement signed by Joe Ajero and Festus Osifo, presidents of the NLC and TUC respectively, the unions condemned the state of emergency unequivocally. They revealed that the state of emergency might also lead to job losses, wage cuts, and economic hardship for thousands of workers in both the formal and informal sectors. Moving on, Airpeace has assured that travelers will now enjoy up to 600,000 naira reduction in airfares when they connect from cities across Nigeria to London with one additional luggage. The airline revealed this in a statement by its head of corporate communications, Dr. Ejike Indulo, on Wednesday, 19th of March. According to Indulo, the promo runs until March 31 with an extended travel period until April 15, 2025. The airline revealed that it continues to redefine international travel with its London route, offering seamless connectivity from major domestic destinations. Still on, the Shipping Association of Nigeria has expressed concern over high dollar charges in the nation's maritime sector. The chairman of SAN, Mrs. Boma Alabi, a senior advocate of Nigeria, revealed this over the weekend during a press conference at Lagos Yacht Club in Victoria Island. She says that most of the challenges in the country, especially in the maritime sector, hinge on the disparity between the naira and the US dollar. Alabi, who is also the president of the Shipping Agencies Clearing and Forwarding Employers Association, also revealed that the constant dollar demand for transactions is depleting. Now, to end the local news, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has denied reports of an explosion at the Port Harcourt Refining Company in Rivers State. The company revealed that the incident was a flare event that has been fully contained. NNPC's Chief Corporate Communications Officer Olufemi Shoneye, in a statement issued on Tuesday, March 18, assured that there was no risk to staff, nearby communities, or the environment. This follows President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency in the state, citing ongoing insecurity and unresolved crises in the region. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has revealed that he had a very good long phone call with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky a day after speaking to Russia's President Vladimir Putin. Trump says the call was aimed at aligning Ukraine and Russia in terms of their requests and needs, adding that ceasefire efforts were on track. Zelensky, on his part, described his conversation with Trump as positive, frank, and very substantive, expressing his belief that lasting peace can be restored together with America and the leadership of President Trump. He also revealed that Trump has discussed possible United States ownership of the Russian-held Zaporizhzhia power plant. Also, protests have erupted in Turkey after authorities detained the mayor of Istanbul just days before he was due to be selected as a presidential candidate. Ekrem İmamoğlu from the Secular Republican People's Party is seen as one of President Recep Tayyip's strongest political rivals. Prosecutors have accused him of corruption and aiding a terrorist group, calling him a criminal organization leader suspect. The police has, however, detained about 100 people, including other politicians, journalists, and businessmen, as part of the investigation, while the Istanbul governor's office imposed 4 days of restrictions in the city. And now to sports, the Lagos state government has confirmed an ongoing partnership and conversation with France to develop Nigeria's $20 million e-sport market. The Director General of Lagos State Sports Commission, Lekan Fatodu, revealed this at BusinessDay Sport Conference held in Lagos yesterday, March 19th. Fatodu, represented by Travis Nunayon, Director of Sport at Lagos State Sport Commission, says the Commission is in strategic discussions with the French Embassy to develop and engage Lagos youth on eSports Lagos. This strategic discussion centers on infrastructural development, talent discovery, and the establishment of esports academies and tournaments. Now to end the news, Rangers have strongly condemned UEFA's decision to charge the club after fans displayed a controversial banner during their European League clash against Fenerbahce. The banners reading, "Keep woke foreign ideologies out, defend Europe," were held up by fans as Rangers secured their place in the quarterfinals with a penalty shootout against Fenerbahce. The club were also cited for the throwing of objects and blocking of passageways during the match, in addition to the offensive banner charge. Reacting to the charges, the club has released a statement condemning those responsible. And these were the top headlines this morning on the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogundebi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Music makes me happy. My name is Smith Austin Oyowe. I'm from Delta State. I was born like this. My daddy abandoned me. That cannot accept me. I wanted to go to school, but there's no sponsor, no help from anywhere. My mother has sponsored me throughout my primary, secondary school, till the present time. But it's unfortunately that she has passed away. She's no more. So, my daddy also has passed away. That minute when my daddy discovered who I am, he cannot do anything for me again. Before death took him. But all what I am today is the grace of my mommy and to Almighty God. Sometimes when I'm going out, I'll put my hand in my clothes, I will hide it, I'll be going. But after some time, I say, why am I hiding my hand? This is hand that people used to look at, and somehow the hand used to attract people to me. And I stopped, I said, I will not be doing it again. And since then, anywhere I'm going to go, if I enter into any church, any gathering, when I come out like this, people will look at me. Not me, they are looking at man that, look at this man, he's coming to the stage with some musician, what can he play? I have never one day regretted the way God created me. There are some things that when you want to do, they'll say because of the disability you have, you cannot be able to do it. But I find out that I can be able to do it with my, not even a disability, with my ability. I find that I can be able to do it. There's nothing that I lay my hands on that cannot be able to do it. But which some people that have the two hands cannot do. So it's there I begin to know that there's something special about my ability. I don't say disability, it's part of me. First, I went to a technical school in Sapele. I discovered that anything that got spoiled, like electronic stuff, television, radio, mic, all those things, I discovered I can repair it. So repairing is on its own. Why? Music stuff to play instrument is on its own. So there are different things I combine together to make the name Uprising Music. So it's a different section there: repairing, rentage, and music school. To me, I cannot say I can play some certain instruments. Any instrument I see, and I've known what they call do re mi inside, I can play it. I can play the bass guitar, I can play a wire guitar, I can play drums, I can play conga, I can play the lead a little bit, I can play accordion, I can play trumpet, I can play agidigbo, this local instrument. I can play some instrument that is not even in Lagos here in my village. When you discover yourself on time and you begin to do things that is like wow, I can do this thing now without going to music school. I can do this thing without going to music school, without going to anybody. There's sometimes along the line, I know it's an inbuilt something, but still, I still go out to watch people play. When I come back, what I see them do, I will practice it on my own personally. So it makes me to improve in any instrument I lay my hand on. Since I came to Lagos, 1989, December, I decided to face music fully because I don't think if I don't do music, I cannot be happy. Music makes me happy. There's no sponsor anywhere. There's nobody that will sponsor you in anything you put your hand to do in Nigeria. It's only when you come out with something and some people discover you and they believe in you, it's there you can see sponsor. But when I started my own, there's no sponsor. What I did then is this. Because if God is with you, you have the whole world. I can repair. I want to buy this guitar. I don't have the money to buy guitar. I'm going to go to shows. I told you I don't go to show again. I'm going to go to shows with some big musicians. Maybe I play keyboard, I play drums. The money they paid me, I don't spend anyhow. I'll save the money. When I save the money 2 to 3 times, I can be able to afford a guitar. The first guitar I bought in my life was 1,500. I was so happy doing it because I know that one day, God will raise me up. There is not much challenge. It's like what the Bible used to say, he that is in me is greater than he that is in the world. He that is in me doesn't need rehearsal. He that is in me, he doesn't need any help from human being. But sometimes we do need human help. There's no advice you can give to anybody because everybody is wise in Nigeria. Sometimes I have some blind in my school here. They can play drums, they play guitar. They brought them from disability home. They are still in my school here. I have their videos. Like my school have all their videos about all my students' performance. I have them. I have some special students here. Some time ago, I've removed some of them from the street. I call them. I can see you passing every time. Why can't you come and play 1 or 2 instruments? I will not even ask them for money because I have something in me that said, do it for them. But some along the line, when they started doing it, before you know, you never say they will jackpot. They will jackpot. So my advice to people out there, don't let yourself down. Don't look at yourself that you cannot make it. Don't look at yourself that you are nothing before somebody. The very moment you discover yourself, start doing something. You can make it. Jesus, all the sins are.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo Sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they boil to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw into to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so we saw 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but we usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road, trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly $109.7 million. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly $52.4 million and $8.1 million, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters, they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, that is I do whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
Hello viewers, this is Social Listening here on BDTV, and my name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we are here on the streets of Lagos to get thoughts on the major political controversy that erupted in the Senate House. The senator representing the Kogi State constituency, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, has accused the Senate President Godswill Akpabio of sexual harassment. And this is following a seating arrangement brouhaha that erupted earlier on. The fallout has been intense, leading to heated confrontations, disciplinary actions, and a 6-month suspension. But was justice truly served? Should this issue have been handled differently? Well, we are on the streets of Lagos to find out what the people have to say about this.
My opinion about the whole thing is that I think there's something fishy going on. If she was suspended just based on gross misconduct in the House, I've seen video clips of Senator Godswill Akpabio being extremely rude to the then Senate President Bukola Saraki. He was even pointing at Senator Bukola Saraki in a very derogatory way, and he wasn't suspended. In fact, there was no verdict. There was no panel put together to judge this matter. But in the case of Natasha, everything was hurriedly done. How long did the panel even have to delegate on a matter? The judgment was hastily done, and that shows that there is something that is fishy. There is something they're hiding. And it's a bit tricky and very sensitive. There are some things I would want to see on camera, but it wasn't a fair one. It wasn't a fair one at all.
In my own honest opinion, yeah, I feel like she wasn't given a fair hearing. At least if something like that occurs, you should at least try as much as possible to give our audience, let her speak everything that is inside of her mind. But I mean, just jumping the gun and suspending her is way overboard.
Me personally, it didn't actually go well with me because I felt it's against human rights. That's what I feel. Actually, she should have been here upon, and then investigation should have been made instead of just going on to suspend her. That's what I feel personally.
It is in fact too much and too harsh for her alleged crime. It's too much and too harsh.
It was too much. Why should she be suspended in the first place? What was our offense? I mean, what exactly did she do that warranted her to be suspended? I mean, I feel like there are a whole lot of, maybe because she's a woman, I'm sorry that I'm saying this, but I feel like there's a lot of gender politics. And of recent, there's been lots of drama in Nigerian politics when it comes to women and whatever judgment or whatever impression or whatever impression that they're supposed to make of those people. The moment it is a woman, I feel like the whole impression is shaky. The judgment is also shaky.
It's too much, and not just being too much. To me, it's against human rights.
Yes, I strongly agree. I strongly think that women face some sort of subjugation in politics, not just in politics, even in the corporate world, corporate Nigeria. We experience it every day. And as a matter of fact, women are now taught how to communicate sensitive issues in order not to affect the opposite gender or to sound condescending in any way to them. So the treatment is not equal. It's never equal.
Yes, they do. Take, for example, the other senator. Is it Miranda that was asked to step down because of Obasa? Why they did that as well, I do not know. So, like I said, this gender issue, I think that is not going to encourage women to actively participate in politics. If women are in power, are in key positions in the society, I mean, they should be given that audience to operate in their full portfolio instead of trampling down on them with judgments, with this, with that, and the likes.
Of course. Looking at this situation, it's one of it. Of course, it's a way to silence her. That's why I said an investigation should have been made into the situation, because she said she have all the evidence. She have her evidence, just like our lawyer said, she have her evidence of what they call the allegation and all of that. So that's why I said an investigation is supposed to be made into the situation, and then get the full knowledge of what is actually going on, instead of just going on to suspend her.
Okay, personally, I would say that we should become more emotionally and socially intelligent, because the manner in which you present your case can determine the outcome of the results of your case. No matter how serious or how grave your perceived treatment was, the way you present it matters more than what was actually done. And that is what is happening to Natasha. She didn't undo it in a certain way, because according to what I read about the Senate House, they said some things are meant privately for the House and some things are not meant to be said publicly on the media. But Natasha did that. She violated those laws. And I guess that is why the whole thing is happening to her like that. I suspect there is a serious coup. There's a serious coup going on. But then I wouldn't want to say more than that.
Whatever solution that I think I'm going to proffer, this is Nigeria. Whatever it is, they will still find a way to shake women. So I feel like women staying away from politics is not going to solve the issue. So I feel like once we just have, like I said earlier, once we have women in power, let them operate in their full portfolio. if they operate in a full portfolio, if they have one or two issues, give them a fair airing. Not that we just come out from nowhere, trample upon this one, trample upon that. It will scare women from going out or coming out to participate and hold important offices in the society. That's just what I think.
I felt there shouldn't be silence. It's an indication that I don't know how to put it. Is it that they are a bit deprived of being to speak out? But I felt they should join hands together. They should, when situation like that comes, they should join hands together to ensure that they are not being put aside.
You are watching Business Day Television.
As sporting activities across the world continue to retain their popularity, there seems to be one sport which happens to be even an exception, and that is golf. With 828 golf courses across the continent of Africa, with a low entry and exit barrier and huge benefits for health, golfing is that sport. I was curious today and I decided to visit the Ikoyi Club in Lagos, Nigeria, and it happens to be one of the world's busiest golf courses. And I wanted to see what it's like in the world of golfing over here. Come with me.
My name is Fatumata Sekona Kopen, and I do a lot of things. And most especially today, I'm playing golf, and I'm the lady captain for the Ikoyi Club golf subsection, the lady section. This is our driving range here at Ikoyi Club, and first, you have to come here. If you want to play golf and you want to learn how to play golf, you have to come here. And how do you come here is first, by getting a pro like Monday here, who Pro Monday has been playing for a while, but just turned, well, not just 4 years. 4 years. 4 years playing as a pro, and he's really good. He has a mean game. So you will meet, a pro like Pro Monday, and his job is to help you understand the game. You see us hitting balls. You don't know how we hit that ball. You think it's easy. But it's not. It's a tactic. It's a technique. It's a specific way you need to hold your club, and the positioning and everything. So he comes in, and he'll help you understand all of those things before you can even hit the ball, right? And it'll take you many hits to really get it. But gradually you will start to play. The Open is coming up pretty quickly, and so we want a lot of attention around ladies and what golf can do for your health and your well-being as a whole. So let me swing a few. Yes. So like he was saying to you, your swing. So the idea is to make sure you get a good, swing. And as golfers, we pick up bad habits, so don't follow me. Yeah? Wow. So you don't know how you pick them up, but you do. You just get comfortable in some bad habits.
Tell us more about the Ikoyi Club ladies section. What are the initiatives that you have? What are some of the things that you do on a regular basis?
For our ladies subcommittee, this year we came up with the theme Chop Life. And it's very interesting. But it's mainly because we wanted to just kind of bring a a lighter spirit. Sometimes we dwell on the things that are not happening and not see the things that are. So we really wanted to bring a lighter spirit, more joyfulness to the game. Times are hard and everybody's struggling, but it's always good to have an oasis that you can go to. I call this place my Disney World. I come in, I park my car, no matter what issues I might be having, I leave it at the door and come play nice, 18-hole or not, but it's fun. And it gives you a therapeutic, day. You're in the fresh air, reading well, playing, have good company, and just fellowshipping and enjoying God's grace. So we started with that, and then we also put something that is quite different, which is about the community. And our goal this year, the subcommittee goal this year, is to include as many parts of our ecosystem in Equity Club golf session as possible. So from the bag boys to the security, to the course workers, to the caddies. And this year, caddies is our theme. So our program is around caddies. How can we educate them? How can we uplift them? How can we make them more inclusive in the community? We've been able to do different seminars with them. We've been able to get sponsorship to do a lot of different educational programs and also support their personal education, giving them scholarship, paying school fees. If the caddies are too old to take advantage of the education part, we offer it to their next in kin so their children can take that opportunity. So we've been able to do that. And we've been really excited because we've had such great output of generosity. Thanks to our partner and our sponsor, our custodian investment insurance. They've just given us an amazing package to cover all of our caddies, all of our bags boys and pros with 5 years of good life insurance. Also, so we're very excited by that. We're also working with Avon HMO to also give us health check for the caddies to make sure that they're well and fit to be able to work with their players. So very, very excited about that. We also have our Junior Golf Academy, which my vice, Peggy Owen, is responsible for. And she has done a phenomenal job in getting our junior golf program from just twice a year to all year round. So that's an excitement that is around the community. And then we did for the first time this year, our Veterans Invitational. So our veterans and our super veterans were able to play, and we had a fantastic time in April with them. It's something we've never done before in the Equity Club. So that was something that the ladies came up with, and it's been fantastic. And now we're rolling in to our Open. Also, so we're excited about that. Excited. Yes. So the Open is coming up in November the 13th through the 15th, 3 days of growth tournament. And it's from 0 to 28 handicappers. Ladies from all around the world are welcome to play, and we're really encouraging all of our ladies to participate. We have limited space, of course, so the first come, first serve, and the quicker you get in, the better. We're also going to have our sponsors and men guests play with us on the third day, and those slots are also limited, but we're encouraging them to really register early and get in. And thanks to all of our sponsors, we got Delta Airlines, that is like our carrier, and they've been with us the whole year. So they're giving the winner a premium ticket, round-trip ticket to the U.S. Oh, wow. We also have packages like going to Marrakesh. We have another package for Lockaway, golf, and country club. We have so many different gifts from different parts. We have partners that are coming, like BusinessDay and so forth. So we're very excited about what we're doing this year, and most especially in getting the awareness out for more ladies to join playing golf, because it's such an amazing sport. And you can play until you're like 90-something years old. And you've been playing for how long now? 17? I've been playing about 17 years. Awesome. At what age is it open for a young person to start playing golf? Start playing at 5. At 5 years old. Wow. Start playing. I mean, we've got, if you come around on Mondays and Saturdays and you see our little, on Fridays, and you see the little kids coming with the little backpacks on and the little golf kit carrying, they're this high, and very exciting to see. And we have some really good players in the Junior Academy now. and they also play around Nigeria. So recently, we had some of our kids in IDD playing their children's tournament. And there's one coming up in Ikeja. I'm sure our kids will be participating as well. So we're very excited about the Junior Academy.
Exciting. And then you said something about Tuesdays. What happens on Tuesdays? What's so special about Tuesdays for the ladies?
So Tuesday is about the ladies. Tuesday morning is the ladies' morning. So we get to spend time together. The course is open only to us in the morning from about 6:30 in the morning to about 10 o'clock. And the ladies come out, and we're about 60 or more, and we enjoy ourselves. We play amazing golf. We have good fun. We then, of course, proceed to hole 19, as we call it, the clubhouse, to just kind of socialize. Today was a nice day. We had a couple of our veterans players celebrating birthdays. So we got to eat, some delicacy from
awesome
and cake and akara, and just it's a fun atmosphere, and it brings a lot of joy, to see how much we look forward to a Tuesday on the golf course with each other. So
it's just social, chill, the fresh air, all of that.
Yeah.
What is the requirement for someone who might want to join the ladies golf section? I believe there should be some requirement, or is it free for everyone? Is it free for all?
No, it's a members only club. So obviously you have to be a member of the Clay Club and the golf section. You also have to have a handicap. Yeah, so you have to have a handicap.
Just to cut you short for a bit, for someone who is watching and is wondering what's an handicap, what is that in golf?
So a handicap is what you get as an amateur golfer. So typically, a course for a lady might be 72 to gross out. So if you're playing as an amateur, they kind of give you a discount because they know that you can't do, if the hole is a par 4, chances are you probably won't do a par 4. You won't do four shots to get in the hole.
Yeah.
So they try to give you a little bit of kind of cushion. So every hole you would get a discount, if you will, on that hole. So that determines, and as you get better in your game, that discount goes away. So if you start, say, with a handicap 36 as a lady, and you start to play really well, you will find that every time you are able to play better, your handicap will go lower. So on most sports, to win, you get higher scores. In golf, it's the opposite. You get lower scores. So for me, my handicap is now lower. So I have, of course, my discounts out. It's very limited. So if I'm playing someone in a net competition, I really have to play well to win. But if it's a growth competition, yeah, I'll probably win. Because if you start to get into that single handicap category, it's much, much harder because you have to focus, you have to really pay attention to your game, and you don't get the discounts that, those large handicaps you get. So we're playing a growth. That's what I said. The Open is a growth competition. 3 days, growth competition from 0 to 28 handicap.
0 to 28 handicaps. Awesome. So what's the structure of the ladies golf section?
We have a subcommittee. So I am the captain of the ladies section, subsection. I'm elected. As a vice captain, I was elected. Now I'm the captain. My vice was elected. The treasurer is elected, and the secretary is elected. But everyone else is a volunteer, appointed volunteer. Of course, we're all volunteers. And so we don't get paid for any of this. We actually paid to play the game. It brings such joy to know that you're impacting your community and you're giving back to your community and you're leaving a little bit of something better than when you came. So that's how we do it.
Awesome. And support for young female golfers, anyone in place?
We do have a lot of support from the ladies individually. And sometimes if we have requests, we definitely, as a group, we'll put together, like when the lady pros were going to do the exams, wanting to become pros, we were definitely instrumental in supporting them financially to making that happen. So today we have about 17 pros around Nigeria, ladies. Yeah, I'm so excited. And actually, one of the great things about what we're trying to do is that we're going to have the lady pros play with us this year for the first time.
Nice.
November. The first 2 in November, yes.
Interesting. And any challenges you face? Obviously, everything that has its good side must certainly have its own cons. So what are some of the challenges that you experience?
change is difficult. So anything that is new will definitely meet resistance. So it's actually an opportunity more so than a challenge for me. It's an opportunity to create something better. And, and God is good. What the chances are that he will make me the person that he wants to use to make that change. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful I have the opportunity. I'm grateful that I can do what I can do and make the change I can make. Just playing a leisure game, nobody's paying you, but you're making your little positive impact. And then hopefully that grows from there because, light dispense anyhow, any little, it definitely gets rid of darkness. So we're just trying to be a little light in the dark that just kind of get rid of the darkness. So Church Life theme is just that. Trying to make sure that everybody enjoy life.
The theme for this year, Church Life.
Church Life. Actually, that's a song by Flavor.
Yeah.
It's called Church Life. And my husband and I were driving, going to Lockaway. We're listening to this song, and I was like, this is my jam right here. This jam is my jam. So that's where the Church Life came.
So, and you were on your way to Lockaway. I know that's Lockaway Golf.
Yeah.
So you spoke about your husband also being a golfer.
Yes.
Did you meet on the game?
No, we did not. And again, thanks be to God, both of us are in technology. And so we met in the technology field. And ever since then, we realized that we have so many things in common. So I love golf, he loves golf. Love technology, I love technology. So most of everything we kind of do together. That's a blessing.
Awesome.
And by the way, one of the reasons why we need more women playing because we have so many men that play golf, and they would love to have the wives playing with them golf. And so we're really encouraging all of our ladies to come in. And when the kids are gone, what else do? You hang out with your husband playing golf and traveling playing golf as well. And golf takes you to some amazing places as well. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And I wish more and more ladies would take it.
Speaking of more women joining, what are some, notable successes from notable women in the ladies golf section that you might want to share with us?
Oh man, there are many. We have some amazing past lady captains. First of all, I wouldn't be able to do most of what I'm doing without their knowledge, their support. They've just been phenomenal. They've stepped in, directing, telling you what has happened, what has worked, what hasn't. It's a very rich, amazing culture in golf because lady captains, past lady captains, they share their experience. Not only do they share their experience with you, they work with you to make sure that things are happening. So yeah, there's so many I can't even start to tell you which one to start talking about.
So what does it take to become a member of the ladies golf section?
Just register and you're good to go.
So what do you think? Golfing in Africa is quite interesting. We have 828 golf courses. My research showed that. But what do you think, as someone who plays golf, what do you think is the outlook for golfing in Africa? Do you think it's looking good? Do you think people are embracing it? Do you think there's still a lot of work to be done?
I think it's looking good. South Africa, East Africa, they all about, golf is there. North Africa, Morocco, it's amazing the golf courses they have. So we are embracing golf. I guess the sub-Saharan, but more especially West Africa. We haven't really sunk our teeth in it. So it's more work to do here, but I think it's definitely catching on. And most especially Southern Africa, oh my goodness, they have beautiful courses. Kenya, Rwanda has a beautiful course right now, Tanzania. So it's really catching on. So it's looking up. It's looking up.
It's looking up.
Yes, it's looking up. 10 or 20 years ago, we didn't have Lockaway. Now we have Lockaway. We didn't have Smoky Hill. We didn't have, Ibom. So it's coming. It's coming. There's a lot of vibe around it.
And for you mentioned Lockaway, we didn't have Lockaway and now it's catching on. So what is the biggest or the biggest golf course currently in Nigeria or Lagos, so to speak?
I've played a few, but Lockaway is quite impressive. Lockaway Links is quite impressive.
Yeah. In terms of the course?
The course.
But then what people?
Ikoyi is the busiest golf course, if I dare to say, in the world. Oh yes. This course, it's busy every day except for Mondays. But even on Mondays, the caddies play. So the club is really busy.
Well, and then, I mean, you dare to say even the words. That's quite impressive. Wow. Wow. So what's the future looking like for the ladies golf section?
I pray that we get our solid pros going on tour. Ladies pros. That's my prayer. Is that we will have some solid lady pros coming out of Equate Club, going on tour international. Yes.
That's simple.
Yes.
Simple as that. Yes. Just ladies going on tour. Awesome. Thank you so much. But before I go, what would, if women want, if you wanted to tell a woman why you should play golf, what would you be saying to her if you're talking to me now?
I would say to you, and it depends on the woman. So if you have children, you have husband, you have this, it depends. But in general, you deserve it. Take some time out. 4 hours, 5 hours a week on a golf course is worth it. Clears your mind, it's good for your body, your soul, your spiritualness. You're in God's presence, all in nature. It's okay to have that time. There's nothing wrong with it. And as you get older, you will appreciate it even more. So you're getting better with age. Why not get better with golf?
That's an interesting way to look at it. Okay. We'll take that. We'll take that. Thank you very much to Mrs. Koka Fatumata LC for spending our time with us today, speaking about the importance of golf and what the Ikoyi ladies golf section is doing. Very interesting conversation. I've learned a lot, been in the presence of nature, and it's been such a beautiful time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right then.
United States Federal Open Market Committee at its meeting yesterday held rates but still signaled 2 interest rate cuts this year. Updated summary of economic projections also showed the expected lower economic growth plus higher inflation and slightly higher unemployment rate, but all amid uncertainty, not just on forecasts, but on the impact of factors like the new policies of the U.S. administration, that's the Trump government. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we analyze the main business stories. The main story today focuses on takeaways of yesterday's statement from the Fed and press conference after the meeting of the FOMC at which rates were held steady. The wait-and-see stance satisfied Wall Street as at close. Dow Jones gained 0.9%, S&P 500 also rose, Nasdaq Composite also gained. U.S. stock futures also rose as investors digested reassuring signals from Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell yesterday. Markets were not expecting a rate change, and the FOMC had both dovish and hawkish aspects in their press release and statement of projections. The U.S. stock market was most likely encouraged by the fact that most FOMC members, 9 to be exact, still expect 2 rate cuts, despite an upward revision in inflation, with core PCE going up to 2.8% from 2.5% in the December forecast. But 8 members expected less than 2 cuts, which is, you could say, a hawkish slant. Annual US GDP growth in 2025 was also revised down to 1.7% from 2.1%, which some say foretells a dovish positioning, while Powell, in questioning after the press statement, explained that inflation uptick is transitory and in the longer run will fade. Transitory is back. He couldn't say with certainty if tariffs were mainly responsible, adding that a combination of several policies have to be factored in to determine the impact on inflation, and for now it is too early to make any such determination as policies are still at very early stages, adding that the economy and the labor markets are still strong despite the hint at a stagflation and higher chance of a recession. The Fed also say they were slowing down in the pace of shrinking the balance sheet, that is quantitative tightening or the runoff, where positions are allowed to amortize, shrinking the balance sheet without being replaced. They said that as part of the reduction in the pace of quantitative tightening, the monthly cap of treasuries that will be allowed to mature and not be replaced will be reduced to $5 billion per month from the prior $25 billion monthly cap, effective on April 1. The unemployment rate projection was also increased to 4.4% in 2025, not a material change from 4.3% in the December projections. By not reducing rate cuts, it suggests the FOMC is more concerned with economic growth than with the rising inflation, seen as stabilizing in the longer run towards the 2% target. So how can we summarize Powell's presentation? I would say it presents a solid labor market, still strong economy overall amid more uncertainty and higher risk of a downturn. Powell is not worried about tariffs, and there is, according to Powell, no hurry to move on rates, and there is time as well to be cautious to await clarity or confirm trends before further moves. The base case that an inflation uptick will be transitory will also need to be watched as policies and their impacts are better understood. But let's listen to Powell.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. Labor market conditions are solid, and inflation has moved closer to our 2% longer run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We also made the technical decision to slow the pace of decline in the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about these decisions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Economic activity continued to expand at a solid pace in the fourth quarter of last year, with GDP rising at 2.3%. Recent indications, however, point to a moderation in consumer spending following the rapid growth seen over the second half of 2024. Surveys of households and businesses point to heightened uncertainty about the economic outlook. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.7% this year, somewhat lower than projected in December, and to rise a bit below 2% over the next 2 years. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains averaged 200,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and is held in a narrow range for the past year. The jobs to workers gap has held steady for several months. Wages are growing faster than inflation and at a more sustainable pace than earlier in the pandemic recovery. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.4% at the end of this year and 4.3% over the next 2 years. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Some near-term measures of inflation expectations have recently moved up. We see this in both market and survey-based measures, and survey respondents, both consumers and businesses, are mentioning tariffs as a driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.7% this year and 2.2% next year, a little higher than projected in December. In 2027, the median projection is at our 2% objective. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. Looking ahead, the new administration is in the process of implementing significant policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. It is the net effect of these policy changes that will matter for the economy and for the path of monetary policy. While there have been recent developments in some of these areas, especially trade policy, uncertainty around the changes and their effects on the economic outlook is high. As we parse the incoming information, we're focused on separating the signal from the noise as the outlook evolves. As we say in our statement, in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance, and we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. An admittedly challenging exercise at this time in light of considerable uncertainty. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year and 3.4% at the end of next year, unchanged from December. While these individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, as I noted, uncertainty today is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or a decision. Policy is not on a preset course. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. Our current policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. At today's meeting, we also decided to slow the pace of decline in our balance sheet. Since we began balance sheet runoff, our securities holdings have declined by more than $2 trillion. While market indicators continue to suggest that the quantity of reserves remains abundant, we have seen some signs of increased tightness in money markets. Beginning in April, the monthly cap on Treasury redemptions will be lowered from $25 billion to $5 billion. Consistent with the committee's intention to hold primarily Treasury securities in the longer run, we are leaving the cap on agency securities unchanged. This action has no implications for our intended stance of monetary policy and should not affect the size of our balance sheet over the medium term. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I will look forward to your questions.
Donald Trump was not invited to the FOMC meeting, but he still had his say, as he said he would. He wants the Fed to cut rates as tariffs ease their way into the economy. And it sounds like he would have preferred the Fed to cut rates immediately. Jerome Powell has repeated that decisions will be guided by the data and the analytics. Tomorrow we'll look at the Bank of England's MPC decision and the South Africa Reserve Bank's policy review as well. Now for some more business stories. The era of branch banking in the UK is slowly coming to an end, it seems. Santander has announced it's set to close 95 branches across the UK, putting over 700 jobs at risk. This was as customers were banking more online. Also, as part of the changes, Santander will reduce hours at 36 branches and remove the front counters from 18 others. Amazon lost its legal fight against a record $800 million fine handed out by Luxembourg's privacy regulator 4 years ago as the courts sided with the watchdog. The watchdog had penalized Amazon for processing personal data in breach of European Union General Data Protection Regulation privacy rules. Donald Trump yesterday said he had a very good call with Ukrainian President Zelensky as the U.S. works to broker peace agreements between Kiev and Moscow. A Kremlin official also clarified that the agreed 30-day ceasefire concerns energy facilities and no other forms of infrastructure. And in New Zealand, gross domestic product rose 0.7% in the December quarter from the prior quarter, better than expectations of a 0.4% increase. The growth also followed a revised 1.1% contraction in the third quarter. The European Commission has put forward a proposal that arms companies from the US, UK and Turkey will be excluded from a new €150 billion EU defence funding push. The planned funds would only be open to EU defence companies and those from third countries that have signed defence agreements with the bloc. And in Nigeria, the Dangote refinery yesterday announced the suspension of petroleum products being sold in Naira, implying that it cannot continue to dispense in the local currency while purchasing crude, for example, in dollars. Asia-Pacific markets traded mixed as China's central bank kept interest rates steady. The People's Bank of China kept the one-year loan prime rate at 3.1% and the 5-year LPR at 3.6%. Well, that's all on this episode of Global Business Insights. We are on Business Day TV on the Business Day website. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria's strides in board diversity is at approximately 30% female representation among top companies, and that demonstrates the impact of collective effort. It can be done. So with intentionality, we can replicate this across all sectors and all levels. Please let us continue to champion gender equality and women's empowerment for national and global prosperity.
Just like the keynote speaker, Funke Opeke, said today, that when you start on a journey, you never really know where it's going to take you to. Yeah, so you have an idea. We had a plan. We're very intentional. There was clarity around the vision, clarity around our model, and we took it in stages. And as we've gone along, new ideas have come in from the advisory board members, from all the volunteers that have come in. The important thing is that the core principle is, in line with the vision, is to develop women to build a better nation. And we're focused on building leadership capacity through structured mentorship, and also the advocacy part of our work to try and ensure that the right policies, the right laws are promulgated, and that where policies and guidelines already exist, that they're reviewed if they're not fit for purpose, to ensure that every human being, male and female, has an equal opportunity to actualize themselves and to, achieve their aspirations. Well, what I'd like them to take away is that, first of all, it's a mentoring book. It's a reference point. It's a guide. What we've done here as Whisker is to chronicle, the path that we have trodden in terms of mentorship for the last 16 years. So it's very, very rich in terms of evidence-based, in terms of, a track record of a model and a methodology that actually works. So we're hoping that, everybody will pick up a copy of this book, try and get access to it, either physically from the Whisker office or online, because we're going to make sure it's available online on Amazon. And through this process, appreciate the importance of having a mentor, having a role model, having a sponsor, building relationships, and all the things that we teach, in the Whisker School of Excellence. It's a talent development solution. It's a leadership development toolkit. It's a guide for training your staff. So I think in every secondary school, in every university, in every office, if you're looking for how you can better manage your talent, not just your female talent, your female and your male talent, then this is a book that can really help you. And we try to fix the price at a level that we think, is affordable and accessible to everyone, because what we're trying to do through this book is to democratize mentorship, because we feel that mentorship is so important.
Meetings at 1 a.m. Now, women who are married or in committed relationships and things like that find it difficult to attend 1 a.m. meetings. And these are where decisions are taken, far-reaching decisions. You say, oh no, everyone's working during the day, we can only meet after midnight. No. You have to make sure that we change the culture of politics to suit women as well.
It's important for structures such as, I spoke about the passing of the bills, the gender bills in front of the National Assembly. This gender bills encourages the 35% affirmation bill, which we have signed in Kwara State, to make sure that there's 35% and women at least, to also make sure that women have special seats, so that certain seats, go to women, to make sure that women's because currently women's spouses who have foreign spouses cannot get Nigerian citizenship. Yeah. This is not the case for men. Men who have foreign partners, their spouses get citizenship. Yeah. So that would also, encourage women in this regard if all these gender bills are passed. Apart from these gender bills, that takes us to the table I talked about the culture of politics, making sure that the culture is friendly to women. Yeah. It's very important not to have meetings at 1 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. It's very important to make sure that women are informed of these meetings, giving adequate preparation, and made to, take one step further, are able to use their voices. Now, for what we've done in Kwara State, we, encourage that more states do that, and we have seen more states also do that. I told you we have the youngest female House of Assembly member in our state. And this is fostering a young woman to use her voice. And we have 5 women in the House of Assembly. Other states like Ekiti State have 6 women. We have states like Ogun, Ebonyi, and other states that have women deputy governors, and so many other states. So at the subnational level, we are seeing that increase going on. So at the federal level, that's why we encourage by the gender bills being passed. Now we get women at the table. We want them to be able to stay at the table. So the mentorship and sponsorship is important, because for a woman to go into politics is very expensive. So we need to foster ways in which to be able to sponsor them, to keep them in there, and to make sure that once they are there representing us, they can use their voices. So these are, some of the structures that we have. We want organizations to sponsor women to come forward, pick a particular woman and be able to sponsor her through so she can get through. We're already seeing the changes by the changes in law. We need laws to be changed, and the changes are coming in law. Then we need to change the norms, and culture. Yeah. So I talked about transforming norms. We had a conference in Abuja where we invited traditional rulers to come and talk to us about their role in transforming norms. In certain places, women can't do certain things. So the more we are able to mainstream that women can participate in certain things. And you see, men also, we also need to shape perception. Men have to be made to see that women being transformed is not a threat to men. Yeah. Because currently you have one hand tied behind your back. Almost 50% of the population is not getting the fair chances that they need. So the society is not at its utmost best. But men should understand that promoting women means that the society is better even for them. It's not a threat to them. So these are some of the things that we can deploy to make sure that women stay in power. Well, I'd just like to say that they should keep their dream alive. I decided around the age of 6, I told my dad I wanted to follow him. I wanted to go into the foreign service, and I kept that up. So believe in yourself and believe in your dreams. And then we encourage people now to have several streams of employment. In Kwara, I teach women skills acquisition programs, makeup and makeover, confectionery, sewing, tailoring, design, smelting, all kinds of things, drone technology for farming. We want women to go into farming, and do all these things. So have a separate stream of income as well to support yourself. And, the sky is just the beginning. You will get there. So just believe in yourself. Have mentors, have sponsors, and have a separate stream of income. And just stick to your dream. Don't get discouraged.
We had about 77% of girls, upon starting our program, felt that STEM are careers for men. And this is in today's world. And you're wondering how. But then you start to see that with mentorship, with exposure to training, and then they start to build that confidence. And they think, you know what, I can do this. So you are demystifying what seems to be very complicated and complex.
So WTech runs training programs, mentorship programs, and also research. Our training programs include after-school clubs in Lagos, Kwara State, and Ondo State. And then also we have the STEM residential camp for teenage girls, so girls in secondary school. And then we also have a mentorship program. So once the girls have decided that they want to pursue STEM, we match them with mentors so that they are guided along their career path. Okay, so I would say find your why, find what it is that interests you, because STEM is very broad. You need to find the area that aligns with your area of interest, whether it's helping people stay healthy, whether it's helping people to be productive, save time, whether it's financial management. So find your why, find what interests you. And then research and find the different career options. Once you have identified possible areas, find people that you can speak to, whether people in person or online. There are so many resources online. And then once you are there, then of course the training never stops. So make sure that you keep learning and learning so that you can stay relevant in the field.
I've had about 3-4 male CEOs who were able to identify the value in me and decided to sponsor me through the organizations that I worked for. And so as I moved across the ladder, these men and the he for she's in our lives, I think really deserve a lot of they need to be acknowledged significantly because they've also played that role for a number of us. So the sponsors that I've had propelled me and what the role of a sponsor is, to speak for you in the room where you're not in. So a number of times they have been able to do that for me. And I hope that I'm also doing that now for the women and men that work with me.
There are many opportunities for business women. You know where interest rates are in Nigeria today at very high levels beyond 30%. Through the Bank of Industry, we, FSDH, and a number of other Nigerian institutions have been able to access cheap funding for female entrepreneurs that are running successful businesses. So interest rates that are close to not single digits, but early double digits, and is available to structured businesses who want to scale their businesses. So that's one scheme that is available. We in FSDH, we also have beyond financing solutions, we have non-financial solutions for women. So because we realize that beyond money, beyond funding, there are other things that business entrepreneurs require. So we provide mentorship programs, we provide training, we have tie-ups and alliances with some institutions that help to train women and help them be successful in their businesses. We also attach them to mentors in their fields that help them scale their business, help them better understand what they should be doing and looking out for in business. For women starting off in their career, I would say that identify where your strength is, identify what you love to do in that space. Banking, finance was my own love, really, and it was one area that I knew that I wanted to know more about. Second thing, be a subject matter expert in anything you choose to be. Because you're a woman doesn't mean you're going to be pushed up, and we need to get away from that. You have to be a knowledgeable woman, a subject matter expert in your field for you to expect to be elevated. And so do your best, know your work, and be consistent. Do not give up. We're talking about grit today, which is the strength of character. Be consistent. Make sure you do not give up. There will be challenges along the line, but challenges do not define you. Challenges actually help you to scale. So embrace those challenges and you'll be amazed at what comes out of you. And I wish you all the best, and I look out to hear success stories for all the women around.
One of my key takeaways, I would say, is from the keynote speaker, CEO of Main One, Funke Opeke. I heard her story, and I have to say this is the first time I'm actually hearing her story. And when the facilitator was introducing her, right, and she talked about the fact that she eats nose, as cereal for breakfast. Yeah. I was like, okay, let me see that. And then she came on, and I have to say that her story is a testament to the theme of this conference, which is resilience. When she was speaking, I kept on just trying to put myself in that situation and wondering what my response would be, at every stopgap, at every issue that came up. And one thing I have taken away is just never take no for an answer. Always see no as an opportunity. And that's one thing I am glad to say that I'm also going to distill into the community She Ventures. Just never take no for an answer. One thing she also said that really struck me is how it's obvious more and more that women, and this is all respect to the men in the room, but the way women face problems and challenges, they just take it head on and are able to sort of pivot gracefully, just flow and adapt with the change. And I think that's one of the reasons why women are the backbone of the Nigerian economy. Gaps that we've done a lot, but two main gaps I see, and that's when it comes to access for women. And She Ventures, FCN Desk for Women is built on 4 pillars: access to finance, access to networks, access to knowledge, and access to markets. Right? There was an event earlier on today it was a training program that we had put up for the fiscally challenged, site challenged. And we had quite a number of questions about access to finance. Now, one of the things that has struck me in my role in the bank is that a lot of times we talk about access to finance as the main challenge for female entrepreneurs. But in the 5 years that we've been in operation, we've seen that that is not the key challenge. The key challenge really is knowledge, financial literacy, knowledge. And I kept on asking the women, how many of you know your businesses? If you're giving a loan today, assuming you have a business and we give you a loan, not a grant of say 1 million, right? Are you sure that that 1 million that we give you today will not kill your business? What are your margin lines like? We're giving you this loan at 16%. How are you going to ensure that you pay it back? And this is something that a lot of female businesses do not understand, because women in Nigeria, especially in the informal sector, tend to go into business not because they have the know-how or technical capacity or financial literacy. It's more subsistence living, right? They want to feed their family, they want to send their children to school, and so they go into business, which is one of the things that we try to do a lot of in FCNB. And in fact, we have a mentorship program with Whisker, and they mentor about 1,000 of our women every year, because we've seen that knowledge is actually one of the key things. So talking about a gap, it's financial literacy for women, and that is something that we need to scale up in West Africa. The next thing is, you've provided financial know-how and literacy, we've provided access to markets, access to networks, and then for me, the last thing is access to finance. Now, when it comes to finance, huge challenges as well, because we talk about single-digit interest rates. Now, give a woman a single-digit interest rate, but in Nigeria, we're still asking for things like collateral, right? How many women in Nigeria can access that facility? So you find out that, you come out and you say, or maybe the government says, we have $1 billion to give to female entrepreneurs. This year, it has to go. At the end of the year, maybe 100 million has been drawn down because women don't have the capacity to access those finances. So we need to start thinking about, if it's in our risk structures, curating something specific to female entrepreneurs. And then, so you don't take them through the same process that you'll take any other entrepreneur, because their challenges are a bit different and peculiar. So are we talking about, for example, cash flow lending? Is that something that we can think of doing? Because what I believe is that if we find that perfect product, and I'm sure FCMB will be the first bank to do that, you'll be surprised that even if it's not a single digit rate, lower interest rate, or you have the specific product for that woman, you'll be surprised as those female entrepreneurs knocking at your door to access finance.
I am, first of all, in awe of Amina. I was here the very first event that Whisker started. How many years ago was that? A long time, but not that long. And I could never, but I knew her, that it would morph into this giant organization, able to mentor so many people, impact so many diverse organizations, and continuously excel every year to put this event together. And I was just teasing her. I said, look, you brought presidents from all over the world. It's just that America has their own president right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if I hear one day that you the American British president here with you. The tentacles that this organization has reached is really formidable. And it's a textbook on how to go about setting up not-for-profit. And for that, I think she really needs to be applauded.
I just wanted to say that this is our 16th year, and it's been amazing. It gets better and better every year. I come every year, and it's always an inspiration. And congratulations to Mrs. Oyagbola and the entire team that makes up Whisker, because there's a large team involved.
I believe inclusion and diversity in organizations and corporations in Nigeria have always been there. Going back to when I look at my mom, when she coming back from America, She worked at Securities and Exchange Commission and moved up to a director position before heading to becoming chairman and CEO of Investment and Securities Tribunal in Abuja. And I know a lot of other women like her. So it's always been there for women, maybe just not in leadership roles in comparison to men. And I think the thing is women just need to be bolder, braver, persistent in trying to achieve their career and business goals in Nigeria. Yes, it can be a difficult country to navigate, a difficult terrain to navigate culturally, but it's definitely there for the taking if you do want to succeed, if you do want to be successful in your career and in your business. Just be persistent, just be brave, just be bold, and go for it.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Real Talk with Pam Show, where authenticity meets conversation and where women's lived experiences become shared and learning ones. I'm your host, Pamela, and today's show promises to be inspiring and insightful as I get to converse with Ifeoma Fafunwa, a visionary playwright, trainer, producer, and the creative director of I Open Eye Africa Foundation. Her work is driving social change through performance art, both in Nigeria and abroad. Her acclaimed stage play, Hear Word, has inspired over 120,000 audience members worldwide. Ifeoma is an alumni of Harvard University Radcliffe Institute, the Aspen Institute, and MIT Media Lab. Let's dive in. Ifeoma, welcome to Real Talk with Pam. So glad to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. So today, we're going to talk about all things Ifeoma Fafunwa, talk about Hear Word, about your experiences. I want to start first with the fact that you are a pioneer of the theatre industry in Nigeria. You are a social justice activist. What got you into the path of creative activism?
Okay, so very quickly, I'll step aside this pioneer thing because I know that growing up as a child, there were major theater. In the 60s in Nigeria, there was a lot of theater. And I think it just kind of went down. So it's more like pioneers of the Renaissance of theater. But to answer your question, I always knew I was an artist, and I really loved theater. And I discovered my love for theater at Holy Child College in Obalende. There were two things happening. So there was a priest at St. Gregory's called Father O'Connell who used to do musicals.
Okay.
And watching those musicals, I remember thinking, I really love this, but I didn't think it was a job. Everybody was always centered towards accountants, this, that. I didn't, I was lost as an artist, basically. And then when many years later, I went into architecture because it was the safest thing that you could do as an artist and not say, I went into theater arts. And I'd gone to school in the US, and it just seemed like you weren't going to go to school for drama. And then the many years later happened, which is that I then went to, I was sort of recommended into this group called the ALIWA, which is the Africa Leadership Initiative for West Africa.
Okay.
And part of that is that you do seminars in Ghana, and then, in Aspen. It's part of the Aspen Institute. And we had to take an action pledge.
Right.
And the idea was that it had to be passion-driven, but make a difference in your community. And that brought the two together for me in a way that had never happened before. So I now thought, okay, I really like art. How do I use art for community change, for development, etc. And then my passion for women and my belief that women can make the major difference now for the world, and theater. I just put the two together right there at the seminar. And I
Wow.
started doing it, yeah.
And it's absolutely been powerful because through that, I'm sure Hear Word came about. So for people who don't know Hear Word, could you tell us about it? But I remember watching it a few months ago. I saw you that day, and it was just so powerful, talking about women's issues, but using art to do it. But you know, you wouldn't expect it to be that powerful. But parts of it were funny, jarring as well, especially for the men sitting there. But it's such a powerful play that you can't walk out not being different, I believe.
Right.
And so I'd like you to talk to us about how did Hear Word come about? You're celebrating 10 years of it now, and it's been an acclaimed play, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. So just congratulations for that. But please just tell us, how did that come about? And what changes have you seen through Hear Word?
Okay, so how it came about for me, like I said, the first Ignite was this Aspen Institute Aliwa thing. The second was I had, even before that, I had watched For Colored Girls, yes, in the US. And I remember thinking, wow, I want to make work like this. And it's a collection of stories based on true stories by African-American women in different color outfits. So even here, what you can see, like there's some color coding. So those influences were the steadfast thing for me. And then years later, I moved back to Nigeria, and Joke Silva, you know, I was directing. I was a creative director in the US, and I was also performing. And Joke Silva said, hey, you know, I have this play that is tricky called The Vagina Monologues by Eve Ensler. And I'd like somebody to direct it, and I think you will do the job. You know, since you're just in town, nobody knows you. So you might take a chance and step out and do it. So then again, Vagina Monologues is similar to For Colored Girls. It's just written by one person, but it's basically a collection of stories about, you know, injustice and inequality of women, and placed in the same format, just less dance, less music. And that, yeah, so that was the base. And then in directing that, the organization that was working together with Joke Silva put on V Monologues, and that kind of grew out of the group that came to fund V Monologues. Came into town to watch the Vagina Monologues. And then they funded the development of V Monologues. And so, you know, in seeing that development, also I went back to the first For Colored Girls thinking. The color, the song, the dance, and the bright lights and everything. Whereas Vagina Monologues is funny, but it's a little more in your face. It's a little more, you know, tough. What I was looking for was something that everyone could watch, except if you are too young. Men would be able to watch it. It looked pretty. It wasn't like this, like the feminist angst thing, which I felt would turn people off. I wanted it to be more sexy and, you know, vibrant, the way Lagos is. So,
wow, that's amazing.
So that's where it came across.
Great. And so since it's been on for 10 years, what differences have you seen in terms of the stories that the play represents? How have you seen changes, particularly in Nigeria, through Hear Word?
Well, I mean, there's a lot that's happened in 10 years. We started before Me Too. So Me Too was a global movement that kind of now recognized us. And some of our international travel was, I think, because Me Too was starting. We had already been recognized and seen by audience members who are international. And I think they just started talking about it because of Me Too. And over the last 10 years, we've stayed the same. We've tweaked the story a little bit to be more, you know, but not a lot. What has happened in 10 years is that the world has put a focus lens
Yes.
on injustice, on violence against women, on girls, and even now on young boys, on trafficking, etc. So they've put a lens on it, and that has helped us stay relevant as well.
Sure. Absolutely.
So we support as a soft power to bigger conventions that are taking place, and you want something to draw the audience in to the data, because if you're just putting data up, people are not as,
of course,
they're not as emotionally vested.
Sure.
Yeah,
that's true.
So
That's
and
true.
what I've seen in Nigeria is that focus has taken place. When Me Too first started, Nigeria was quiet. You know, we were like, okay. But then a few things happened. The Dakolo girl, woman, she spoke about, you know, what happened when she was a girl. And then a few, you know, the university, sex for grades, things. So exposés happened. And I think those exposés have made a difference.
Right.
I think speaking, being I think Busola Dakolo is her name, being brave enough to come out like that, it just brings, it's like part of that hear word, you know, it's sort of like, hear me, this is what happened. Whether you agree or you don't agree, you now realize you're kind of on the lookout for it.
Yes, yes.
So people are more vigilant. And then there's the students in the schools, you know, and stuff like that. It's helped. It's helped people be more alert. It's helped people believe survivors more. Because I think that was part of the gatekeeping. You tell the survivor, shh. So then it perpetuates the problem, because then the perpetrator thinks, well, nobody said anything, so he's not really bothering them.
Yes.
You know, you'd be surprised how many men think it's okay. Like, it's not, they didn't complain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nobody, whereas the survivor may be feeling like literally killing you, but they're not saying anything. Or they may feel like killing themselves.
Sure.
And the man is just moving around.
Yes, yes, yes.
But if you want to talk about what Hear Word itself did, that's hard to quantify, because we have, you know, over 150 audience members, 1,000 audience members around the world. So how did those members, we're only now beginning to get surveys back, and people saying things like, from that day, this is how I did things. And we're like, okay, wow, we're even surprised. It wasn't intentional.
Sure.
There was some intent.
Sure.
But we didn't know it would go on for 10 years.
For 10 years.
And we didn't know that people would be that changed by it. Every time I've worked on Hear Word, my children have suffered from it.
Right.
Definitely. And, you know, when you're passionate and you're moving, you're not thinking. And then you come back home and you realize, my God, you know, you know, nothing, no development here while I'm, you know. So I mean, I can use this forum now to sort of apologize to my children, to say, sorry. Because to be honest, it's a sad story that when you leave and you are moving with one train, that you know, I mean, I'm lucky that I have a husband who is, you know, who doesn't say stop and don't do the work, right? And who I can rely on to be at home, meaning to come home. He works, I mean, to come home, but then there's all that time, you know, in the day, and yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sure you're making
so
up.
I try to make up.
Yes.
So the best answer I can say for people women who are working is something that I've learned now, and I wish I knew it 10 years ago, and that's quality time.
Right.
So what I do with my kids is I try to zero in and be very intentional about the time I'm with my children.
Yeah.
And we're making up. I mean, I can tell like, oh, wow, this is something my child should have known 5 years ago.
Right.
And now I'm sharing it now. But children are adaptable and they'll learn. And even though they may be slower, because of that, they're catching.
Maybe.
There are probably some women who are so great at multitasking.
Right.
Right? That they can literally be, you know, go and do this, go and do that, ordering meat pie for the child's school, you know, take, you know, my children, like I was really racing around, you know, when the school is always asking you for things. And I just felt like that was just one more thing I couldn't do. And with 4 children, 4 schools, and I wasn't smart enough to put them all in one school. And if I could, I would have put them in one class. You know? So 4 classes are asking for snacks or outfits for International Day and Christmas this and that play. It's like, who can do that? Now, of course, I watched a small IG thing, the woman who was, I think, the head of somewhere, she was saying how she had a person dedicated to handling all those little things, like food at the school and all. So she had like a proper PA executive.
Right.
And then so that they didn't miss out on that. But still, she also had a standing, and this I learned maybe 3 years in, a standing agreement that whenever the phone rang and it was the child, she would stop
and pick up.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Real Talk with Pam. Today we've been talking with Ifeoma Fafunwa about her life, Hear Word, and just her experiences as a human being. Right, Ifeoma? Right, okay, so you have a foundation called I Open Eye. I love that name. How did that come about? And just tell me a little bit about the remit of the foundation and any projects you have coming up.
Yeah, so I Open Eye is, I came about that name from, I liked Shine Your Eye.
Right.
And the idea of awareness and, you know, when I'd already come across this concept, I was already working on Hear Word as a concept, and another play called Lagos Woman Dream. And so the idea was that that after watching it, your eyes are opened.
Yes.
So so I thought I Open Eye would be a foundation that other artists could come and share transformational work, artwork, in that same way that we do. So what we do is basically use performance arts to drive social change. We have a few other projects. They're just not as popular as Hear Word.
Right.
Love and Recession, you know, is another play. And there's a play called 100 Million Vagabonds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which is, you know, basically about, it only had one small airing. And I haven't had time with Hear Words being so all-encompassing. But about young people, you know, and not investing in youth.
Right.
So then you create 100 million vagabonds, right?
Wow.
And the idea is just to make the population aware on all sides, from the people who sustain the problem, and the people who suffer from the problems, as a nation, for us to be aware. And that was the idea behind I Open Eye.
Yeah.
Meaning the artist is opening their own eye, and the audience is getting their own eyes opened as well.
Yes.
We also do workshops. We've been doing workshops for a long time, but they're quiet. We don't charge for the workshops.
Okay.
And these are performance art workshops that include not just actors, singers, some dancers, just people who want to public speak. While we're teaching the craft, the art of excellent performance, we're also teaching you about, because it's usually for women, although I've had a few workshops with men.
Right.
But it's basically about who are you as a woman in the world of patriarchy? How does patriarchy manifest? Because if you're teaching someone an excellent art form, you also have to teach them how the system may be holding them down ever so either strongly or gently, right? So we also teach that in the workshop.
That's great.
Yeah.
And do you do anything with teenagers?
We do. We've done school. We've actually gone to. We have a version of Hereward that goes to
fantastic.
secondary schools, and we've done boys' secondary schools. So, and that's a different exciting, or the police academy, where, you know, it's a different set of questions.
Yes.
Because when boys are asking questions about this, you know, it's actually something that I think we need to do more of, because that was an eye-opening experience for us to have 10 actresses that are like aunties that, you know, teenage boys can ask
sure
honest questions.
That is so powerful. That is amazing.
Yeah. And then we do the open dialogue. So the open dialogue is something that we do with or without the show, which is just like forums where discussions can take place. People can ask questions, people can exchange ideas, people can come up with solutions, and they can argue also.
So moving on, I wanted to ask about just women supporting women. I think that it's what I find sometimes with women is that we can fall into the comparison trap. So how can women, you know, just support other women and not fall into that trap where we get into being competitive with one another? And then it can become quite an unhealthy thing rather than a very holistic and inspiring thing.
Well, the first thing to acknowledge, I think, is that almost every woman has somehow been trained to compare themselves to another woman. Men do it, but in a different kind of way, right? To compare themselves to another woman and to lack trust. I think trust, because I mean, I think men have more trust for one another in the sense that even if I'm comparing myself to him, if I had the right tools or the right money or whatever it is, you know, I'll be there.
Sure.
Yeah. Whereas women we're trained to take that back seat, to doubt, to question, to not laugh too loud, to not give your full passion in things, you know, especially if you are trained in that colonial method or era. You know, why are you showing why are you laughing too loud? You know, we even have it in Yoruba, like, you know what I mean? It's just like, they're just things that hold you back. So you start, when you don't trust yourself fully, you also don't trust the same thing like you.
That's right.
Now, that's not to say that women can't be difficult to partner with. I think that when you have not been given
afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obuna. Let's see what's making headlines. AGFB invests $8 billion in water infrastructure across 40 African nations. Atiku announces opposition coalition to challenge Tinubu. Naira appreciates to 1,530.52 per dollar at official market. China executed 4 Canadians for drug crimes, says Ottawa. Nigeria's sports industry needs urgent attention, Pinnick says. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the African Development Bank, AFDB, has invested over $8 billion in water infrastructure across 40 African countries since 2000, benefiting more than 92 million people. This was revealed by Johannes Chiwa, Director of Water Development and Sanitation Department of AFDB, during the African Ministers' Council on Water, West Africa Sub-Regional meeting in Abuja on Tuesday. Represented by Emily Kilonji, AFDB Principal Water and Sanitation Engineer Chiwa emphasized that the meeting provided a crucial platform to assess progress, tackle challenges, and shape future water management strategies in Africa. According to Kilonji, AFDB has been actively participating in policy dialogue through initiatives such as African Water Week and African SAN. Moving on, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has announced the formation of a coalition of opposition political parties to oust President Bola Tinubu in 2027. The former vice president confirmed this while responding to a question on behalf of the opposition leaders at an ongoing press conference at the Yaradua Center in Abuja. He revealed that this is the birth of the coalition of opposition ahead of 2027. And to end local news, the Naira appreciated by 0.16% to 1,530.52 per dollar at the close of trading on Wednesday, from 1,532.93 per dollar on the previous trading session on the Nigerian foreign exchange market. According to CBN data, the Naira traded as high as 1,545 per dollar and the lowest rate of 1,500 per dollar, which was lower than Tuesday's. At the parallel market, the Cardinal Stone research revealed that the Naira remained unchanged at 1,585 per dollar, thus widening the spread of speculative traders. Analysts reported that the gap between official and parallel market rates have narrowed to about 3.07% from 3.4% at the beginning of the week. And on the foreign scene, Canadian authorities have confirmed that 4 Canadians were executed in China on drug-related charges. According to Canadian Foreign Minister Melanie Joly, all of them were dual citizens and their identities have been withheld. A spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in Canada reportedly urged Ottawa to stop making irresponsible remarks, as pundits feared a further downturn in relations between the countries after years of strain. China's foreign ministry revealed on Thursday that it had acted in accordance with the law, while the embassy said there was solid and sufficient evidence for their crimes. And now to sports. The former president of the Nigeria Football Federation and members of the FIFA Council, Amaju Pinnick, has called for an urgent attention on Nigeria's sports industry. Pinnick revealed that this at the first edition of BusinessDay Sports Conference, revealing that the sector has a lot of potential but is not being used well. The former NFF president, represented by one of his officials, Temi Sang, lamented that the country has focused more on football, leaving all the sports segments behind. He acknowledged this as a big issue, stating that the sports like basketball, tennis, and athletics also need to get the attention they deserve. These are the top headlines on the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I think that when you have not been given the opportunity to be in charge, then you suddenly feel like when you're in charge or when it's moving forward, that you get hungry for it.
Right.
You know, in the same way that leaders in Nigeria or in Africa as a whole, they come to leadership and then you start feeling like it's this feeding frenzy and you feel like it was ordained.
Right.
God has decided that you are supposed to be dominating and taking everything.
Right.
You know? So I think there's some degree of when you haven't been, when you're being traumatized, that you don't trust the other person's motives. And so there's always a checking with women. Now, what I think as a group of women we need to realize is the hard facts. And that is that when women lead certain things, there tends, or when they are included in leadership, those things tend to be more wholesome.
That's right.
They are planned for the future better. Women are more aware of grandchildren that will need the next generation and the generation after that. They think about things that maybe men may not think about and maybe should think about. You know, just the environment, just things that we need.
Right.
So when women are included in leadership, things work better. That's one. When you partner with another woman, at least from the work I've been doing, it really has been women that have pushed here word. Now, of course, you'd say, well, it's women's work, but the biggest leaps forward have come from women, from audience members who just walk up and say, and in the beginning you wonder if you should trust it, what's the motive? You know, I really want to take this to Ibadan. I really want to take this to Harvard. I really want, these are all women that, and if you look in the arts in general, just in film, in fine art, women have come to play in those areas and it's moved the entire art form up.
Right.
So the advice I have for women is, it will feel uncomfortable. It may. It may feel uncomfortable to work with other women and to partner. But things are critical enough now in Africa and in Nigeria that we have no choice. We should do it anyway.
That's right. That's right.
And then see how to make it work as we move forward.
Sure.
Because the things that women are doing together now, that's the one thing I failed to mention. In the last 10 years, the partnerships with women, you know, the clubs, the Bible study groups, women are running the schools. The moms are running the school projects, the parties, the celebrations, the campaigns, the banks, the women in the bank, the churches. You have one pastor. It is like 300 women that are running that church facility. So the question then is, why aren't they run the home.
Right.
So why aren't we putting them in a position that we can then say to women, oh yeah, solve this problem now.
Solve this problem, yeah.
Solve this problem that is Nigeria. Yeah.
Yes.
So in
That's a big question.
my life, women have brought the biggest wins.
Yeah, so have I. I think that I found in my own life is when you have a group of people who share the same values, then you move each other forward. I mean, I met you through Ndidi Muneli, and that has been an instrumental relationship for me. She's one of the women who championed so many other women, and I think, like you champion so many other women, I think we need more women who champion other women. Yes, women are doing things, but I find that, a friend today said to me, collaboration over competition. And that's the mindset I think women need to have. And like you said, if you start from a premise of you don't trust yourself, then you find it hard to trust someone else. But if you come with an open heart of, no, this is going to be good for me and for everybody else, and bring each other up, that is a powerful thing, And I think, like you said, women a powerful force, and if we can just get over ourselves sometimes, we'll keep moving forward.
And I think when you say to yourself, the competition, what does the competition mean? Where does it come from? It's really that system that exists that says this type of woman is better than this type of woman, and this younger woman is better than an older woman. Right? So then what is the system that's put those rules in place?
Sure.
Because there used to be a different set of rules. I mean, in a village, a grandmother of 80 who is moving around, is revered, right? I mean, so they are just, everybody has something to offer.
Exactly.
And if you begin to decide that what you have to offer has to look like what someone else has to offer, that's it. Yeah,
exactly.
You've got to find your own passion. I mean,
Yes.
as churches say, or as whatever say, as mosques say, what is your passion that you're bringing? What did God make you to do?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And the minute, like you said, you begin to compare yourself with somebody else, oh, I should be there, why am I not doing this? It's all downhill from there.
It's downhill because you're not listening to what you are meant to do.
Yeah. And look at
and
that.
we all do it.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
do.
I've got my hair braided, and I'm wearing, it's embassy. We all do it
to a certain extent.
We all
do
it to an extent. But I think, like now at my age, I'm looking back and saying, what do I do every day that I'm doing for the world and not for myself?
Sure.
That's the question I'm starting to ask myself. And you'll be surprised how many things. I'm ready to gorimapa my hair.
I did that. I only started growing back my hair actually about a year ago. When I lived in England, one day I just got up. I said, I'm tired.
Yeah, what
I'm
are we
sick and tired
doing?
of just going to palm my hair, spending £100. I just went to the barbers. I said, shave it all off.
Shave it all off. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just started growing back my hair again. But yeah, that's a powerful question. What are you doing?
What is it you do every day that is not really for you? It's because you think you need the approval of others.
Sure.
You need people to look at you and say, wow, I want to be like her. You need admiration, right? And this is my new journey, my own new eye-opener for myself. And maybe I can write about it for...
Yes. Yeah, no, that's powerful. And also, similar to you, moving back to Nigeria, I made up my mind. I said, you know what, Pam, you need to face your own lane, because if you start looking left and right, there's so many things that are going to make you feel intimidated. So many women that are going to make you feel like you are nothing. Not because they're saying it, but I'm saying it to myself. You know what I mean? So I had to be intentional about saying, you know what, face your own lane. I'm not looking left, I'm not looking right. I'm just going to do my own journey, and it's helped me.
And to support that, think about it. If every young woman decided, I'm not doing anything because it's not, because the end result of that can be that you look at someone else and say, wow, this person is doing so much more. What I'm doing is pointless.
Right.
So then you don't do it.
Do it, exactly.
Or you don't do it with passion, or you don't grow it, right? Then what happens is then we have a world where so many people are not doing anything because one or two idols, we're all busy looking at that person.
That's it. That's true.
So then your little community, your school, your home, your little nieces or nephews don't benefit from your greatness because you think my light is not bright enough. Let me just switch it off.
Right.
That person who is far away, whether it's Michael Jackson or whatever it is, they're far away. They're not. They're not really. They're not really changing. They're changing the world in some way, but they're not. But they are doing their own light.
Sure.
So when you idolize too much, then what happens is you're busy doing that rather than growing your own crop.
That's right. That's right.
And then it starts to look like almost like this cult type of thing or a community, the olden days communities you see in movies where the emperor comes out and all the people bow their head and they busy wait. They wait for the handout.
Sure.
You see what I mean?
I see what
so
you
that's
mean.
an extreme visual that you can now play over on women. Every woman has something to bring.
Absolutely.
The woman selling oranges that greets you as, come on, and she gives you one extra, or you are walking with your child and she says, come, and she cuts that. That changes the day. She just cuts that orange for that child. It changes the day.
Absolutely.
She has empowered. She has put out an energy field.
That's true.
And we all need to just be putting out our energy field and not comparing our energy field to anybody else's.
Daily.
Yep.
Amazing. So finally, thank you so much. Finally, what are you most grateful for?
What am I most grateful for? I'm grateful for many things. I'm grateful, but in this work, with this particular work, I am grateful, first of all, for the women that I work with. I work with some amazing women. I work with, Joke Silva, Elvina Hebrew, Omona, Zara. They're amazing women. They've stayed with this project for 10 years. They've taught me a lot about this same collaboration and camaraderie, sisterhood. They've prayed for me. I've prayed for them, we're like a family. So I'm grateful for them. They've grown me. They've given me a tough time sometimes, really tough time. I'm not gonna lie. Kick my sometimes it's like, am I going to stand up again? Because they are daring, bold, passionate and powerful women. So being around them sometimes is like you're in the fray and they'll knock you down. But their commitment level, their artistry, their partnership with me, their trust in me, has been incredible. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the audience that has carried Hereward everywhere, because I haven't written to anyone to say we want to take Hereward to Germany, or we want to take it or to Ibadan or Abuja. This is audience that have written to us. And for every place we've gone, that really only has constituted about 10% or less.
Wow.
Because most people who try to take it don't get it, but we still see them trying, and that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm grateful for the audience, and lastly, I guess I'm grateful for my own development and my own being able to say, because I never stayed at anything for more than 2.5 years. I really don't have the staying power. I get
it's that creative juices.
I cannot stay in any job. I left after 2 years.
Right.
So so the fact that I've stayed 10 years is like, it's killing me, but it's trained me.
Right.
And it has made me learn about myself, that I'm capable of doing that. Yeah.
Amazing.
So I'm grateful for all. And I have to be honest, my spirituality has grown. I was always spiritual, not religious in practice.
Sure.
But I have seen things in this 10 years that make me understand that this is not, it's not me.
It's bigger than yourself.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
no, I knew
yeah.
that immediately.
Yeah.
Like within the first few years, I was like, because I would hit this boulder and me would say, there is no way this is moving. We're going to fold here.
Right.
And then, you know, I'd get up the next day, I'd hear a voice saying, just keep going. And I move, and then there's like a parting of the seas, right? From money to, you know, tickets to, you know, just all sorts of things have happened, miracles on the way. And so, yeah, so my spirituality has grown.
Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ifeoma. Thank you most of all for saying yes to hear word and not giving up after 2 years. Thank you for the changes that you've made, whether you know it or not. It's a powerful, powerful play. It's changed my life and the way I think about things. And thank you for the difference you're making in the world of bringing women, inspiring women, and just emboldening us to do better. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you to your audience.
We are here to collect our brother's property. Yes, if I ever see the leg of Iyala Yababa in this again, you will meet your maker. Hear word!
Thank you so much, Chief.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.